Chapter 5:07. Pant's eruption shook the entire 12-tree plains, and most of the residents and pilgrims of Entropy City lost their lives. The tributaries of the Nether River that were very close to Entropy City were naturally affected, and many of the creatures living in the Nether River were not spared. Only Keys's boat was very lucky because it had already activated the Soul Engine. Although it seemed to be in the 12-tree plains, it was actually in the abyss. Thus, Shay and Puu were able to escape this calamity. As for Keys, it could be said that he was not affected at all. Even if he was hit by the ripples of entropy, there would not be any problems. Firstly, it was because he was very powerful and was comparable to a demon lord. Moreover, he was not a weakling like Graz Zt's incarnation. Secondly, it was because he had quantum energy and was naturally resistant to spells that affected the entropy of matter. Thus, he could stand on the top deck of the boat with great interest and continue the show that was about to come to an end. She's really putting her life on the line. Following Keys's sigh, the entire 12-tree plains suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Then, they suddenly burst into an uproar. The reason Pant used the ripples of entropy on the members of the Doomsday Guards was actually to silence them and eliminate future troubles. Her eruption had affected such a large area that it had almost completely wiped out the altars of the 12-tree plains. Killing those ignorant mortals, pilgrims, and weak demons that yearned for more power did not have much meaning. They could not possibly see her true name, and using the ripples of entropy on them would only cause Pant to lose more lives. However, if one thought that she was so crazy because she was at the end of her rope, they would be underestimating her. Pant had her own calculations. She was very clear that even if she used the ripples of entropy, she would not be able to directly kill the incarnation of Six-Fingered. After all, although they were close in strength, there was still a difference in the level of life between a lesser demon lord and a true demon lord. Using the ripples of entropy was not Pant's trump card against Graz Zt, but the process of flipping over her trump card. Although killing those pilgrims and low-level demons had destroyed more lives, she had also completed the process of sacrifice. The altars that controlled the 12-tree realms had been operating for thousands of years, and the sacrificial formations carved into them had been operating quietly for thousands of years. The only function of this magic circle was to absorb the faith of the pilgrims and use it as a sacrifice to please the abyss itself. The will of the abyss would symbolically feed Pan-Te some abyss origin energy based on the faith she received to improve her strength. This was also the reason why she was able to become a second-class demon overlord in just a few thousand years, and even surpass it. Originally, with this method, Pant might have been able to grow into a true demon lord after some time. But when she met Graz Zt, who knew the weakness of her true name, she had to give up her great future. She had sacrificed all the pilgrims of the 12-tree plains in one fell swoop to nurture a powerful weapon of mass destruction in advance. Blade of Sacrifice. When Pan-Te called out, the deepest part of the altar suddenly shone with a bright light. A dagger made from the arm bone of an evil demon lit up. It responded to the summoning of its owner, broke through the layers of rocks, and flew into Pant's hand. Because she had just used the ripples of entropy, half of her life force had been permanently destroyed, and she was now on the verge of death. However, the moment she received the Blade of Sacrifice, Pant used her remaining strength to stab it into her chest. The serrated and barbed dagger cut through the thick layer of fat, broke her sternum, and went straight into her heart. Scarlet blood, with a strong rotten smell, slowly flowed out of the blood trough, dyeing the ivory dagger with a foul red light. Fatal Link. Similar to Entropy Ray and Ripples of Entropy, it seemed that most of the Doom Guardian's secret arts were of this type. Kill 1,000 enemies, but lose 800 of your own. Fatal Link could bind the user to the target. If the user was injured, the target would also be injured. Together with the nurtured blade of sacrifice, the damage to the target would be several times greater than the user's. Pant was confident that in terms of life force, even the strongest demon lord would not be much weaker than her. Even though half of her life force had been destroyed, the remaining part could still pose a threat to Graz ZT after doubling it. After all, it was unlikely that the Dark Prince's main body would descend to the 12 trees. At most, it would be his incarnation. Now that she had finished silencing the members of the Doom Guardians, as long as she killed Graz ZT's incarnation, she would most likely be able to keep the secret of her true name. At that time, she would be able to revive in the hidden evil talisman and start modifying her true name. This was her entire plan. Since the loss was destined, Pant wanted to make the loss worth the highest. She could not be the only one to suffer. At the very least, she had to kill one of Graz ZT's incarnations so that he would not dare to underestimate her. As Pant used the blade of sacrifice to kill herself, her scheme finally worked. Graz ZT's incarnation wanted to mock Pant's entropic ripples, but he was unable to laugh. The blade of sacrifice had taken effect. The chest of the Dark Prince's incarnation suddenly exploded, and his heart was blown to smithereens. Due to the sudden change, he could no longer maintain the state of chanting his true name, and he no longer had any restrictions on Pant. In the end, Pant, the leader of the Doom Guardians, used the extreme method of committing suicide to get rid of Graz ZT's scheme. Her body gradually turned into a puddle of pus that emitted a foul stench and fell to the ground with a few scattered feathers floating on it. The only thing that surprised her was that although Graz ZT's incarnation was heavily injured, he was not truly dead. When he was on the verge of death, a dazzling teleportation door appeared near the shipyard in the ruins of Entropy City. The spy he had instructed had already opened the Otherworld gate and conveyed Graz ZT's message to the other side. Seize the ship. A group of Hezru and 6-armed Naga walked out of the teleportation door, followed by another incarnation of Graz ZT's. Seeing that the incarnation was about to die, the new incarnation decisively pulled it up and retreated to the Silver Palace. Looking at the new demons and their figures that started to dismantle and move the shipyard, Keyes nodded. We should also leave. Chapter 508. The next day, the half-goat Pooh Wu woke up to the smell of freshly cooked bacon. He heard his stomach growling. Last night, before leading Keyes to the shipyard, he had eaten the barbecue provided for Pant's birthday celebration on the streets of Entropy City. That was the rare normal food he had eaten during his long time in the 12-tree plane. He was very hungry now. Aren't we on the boat now? Why is there the smell of normal food? Is there a problem? Pooh Wu's nose twitched. He sleepily walked towards the place where the smell was coming from, but he suddenly woke up after a few steps. However, his worries were unnecessary because it was Kith himself who was cooking the food, and he was doing it with relish. Although the previous captain of this ship was a Glabrizu, the passengers it carried last time were a group of pilgrims. Mortals from the material plane obviously could not live without food and water like the creatures of the lower realms. Therefore, they carried with them some food that was easy to cook and preserve: bacon, cheese, and a barrel of lager. To be able to pay for food, the pilgrims were most likely very rich. They might have come from a noble family in a material plane. Unfortunately, they boarded a pirate boat, a boat controlled by demons. Robbing and killing passengers was not a crime at all. The last group of rich passengers had their wallets given to the demons, their flesh thrown into the river Styx, and their belongings thrown in a corner of the cabin. Originally, the captain of the Glabrizu was going to sell the goods in Entropy City, and he had already prepared a new bag of money. However, he unfortunately encountered the young blue dragon. The goods to be sold, along with his beloved boat, were all intercepted. When Keyes saw the food, Shay was steering the boat and slowly diving into the abyss. He had nothing to do, so he just stayed around. Perhaps he was influenced by some hidden racial instinct, but he stretched out his hands to the food. Frying, stir-frying, boiling, deep-frying, stewing, simmering, braising, stewing, blanching. He could not do it now, so Keyes could only cook some food. However, it wasn't because he didn't have the skills, but because he lacked the tools, spices, and ingredients themselves. Therefore, Keyes could only find a dagger, cut the bacon into cubes, marinated it with spices to enhance the flavor, and finally stewed it in lager beer. About half an hourglass later, the fragrance of wine filled the cabin on the entire deck and attracted Poo Woo, who had just woken up. "Oh, what did you find?" Seeing that it was Keyes cooking, the half-goat calmed down. "This tastes really good." "It's nothing. Practice makes perfect." He watched as the half-goat squatted beside the stove and stared unblinkingly at the iron helmet that served as a cooking utensil. He swallowed his saliva several times. Keyes reached out and grabbed Iron Helmet's ear. He poured the salted meat soup into an empty wine barrel and handed it to Poo Woo. "The broth may be a little salty. That's because the meat has been marinated, but I suggest you eat it with cheese." The half-goat nodded, picked up a piece of cheese from the cloth bag, and stuffed it into his mouth. He then took a big gulp of the soup. Perhaps because he often tested the medicine, the boiling soup didn't burn his mouth and tongue, and it didn't harm his stomach. Another barrel. Keyes was speechless. After making a pot of salted meat soup, Keyes only had a simple taste. The rest was all given to Poo Woo, the soup barrel. It doesn't matter if you can't inherit the title of Thousand Herb Cup. I think soup barrel suits you better, the young blue dragon secretly criticized. After enjoying a simple and rare breakfast, Shay, who was temporarily acting as the pilot, walked out of the captain's cabin. It turned out that the ship had been adjusted to automatic cruise mode and had left the tributary of the Styx River in the Great Abyss. At this time, the ship was operating the anti-gravity array and diving into the canyon of the Great Abyss, quickly approaching the plain of the Acid Fog Canyon. "It tastes good." Shay's nose twitched. "It's a pity that I can't eat delicious food in my current body." Hearing his words, Keyes was a little surprised. It turned out that the tracker also had a sense of smell. It was really a high-level construct. However, the young blue dragon didn't dwell too much on this issue. The most important thing now was to return to the Acid Fog Canyon. "How's the ship sailing?" Keyes stood up and asked, "How long will it take to reach the approximate level of the Acid Fog Canyon?" Hearing the question, a small cover opened on the left rib of Shay's centaur mechanical body. He took out a newly made instrument from inside and fiddled with the button on it twice. A three-dimensional projection appeared from above. There is a red dot on it, representing the coordinate dimension of the Acid Fog Canyon. There is also a green dot representing our ship. Based on the current situation, the green dot is gradually approaching the red dot. It will overlap in about 2 hourglasses. But if it is, as you said, there is a powerful shield around the Acid Fog Canyon. The sole engine of the ship may not be powerful enough. Keyes took the instrument handed over by Shay and fiddled with it for a while before returning it. He nodded and said, "It's okay. I just don't want to cause trouble by diving in the ship. When we reach the target, I will be responsible for the specific matters of opening the door." After a brief exchange, Shay turned around and returned to the captain's cabin. He continued to monitor the operation of the ship. Keyes began to prepare. This time, he didn't intend to communicate with Yazzie to locate the target. Instead, he wanted to experiment with his own quantum energy. As for the centaur Poo, he was sleepy after a full meal and had found a place to rest for a while. Due to the fact that the ship was a simplified version of the Chaos ship, the demons living in the abyss basically wouldn't provoke them unless there was something wrong with their heads. Therefore, the ship's descent was relatively smooth. The time of arrival at the Acid Fog Canyon was roughly the same as Shay's estimation. Feeling the additional gravity brought by the brakes, Keyes, who was ready, immediately walked to the exit of the upper deck. He got out of the watertight door and stood on the top deck of the ship. Warm acidic steam lingered around Keyes's body. The location should be correct. After sensing it again and confirming that the coordinate dimension was indeed close to the Acid Fog Canyon, Keyes immediately began to act. The quantum energy dormant in his body began to become more and more active under his active activation. As he reached out and pointed in front of him, the energy in the excited state jumped out and wrapped the entire ship and Keyes together. Chapter 5:09. Emptiness filled Keyes's entire body, and as the quantum energy gushed out, a kaleidoscope appeared before his eyes. The illusory shapes flowed past him like a waterfall, and he could not find the right angle to observe them closely. My mastery is still not enough. Fortunately, we're in the abyss, and this location overlaps with the dimensional coordinates of the Acid Fog Canyon plane, or I could easily get lost. Using the quantum tunnel is far more dangerous than teleportation, so I have to be careful. Although he could not observe, Keyes had familiarized himself with quantum energy through his adaptive ability, which was why he could sense it. The process of opening the door was completed in an instant, and Keyes returned to the Acid Fog Canyon through the quantum tunnel with the ship beneath his feet. In the process, the sole engine of the ship came into play as well, connecting it to the tributary of the Nether River in the Acid Fog Canyon plain. That connection provided Keyes with a target, and after expanding, he could extract the exact location of himself and the ship. Unsurprisingly, they finally appeared in a tributary of the Nether River in the Acid Fog Canyon. Phew! Keyes could not help but breathe a sigh of relief after the extraction was complete, and the ship floated steadily on the scarlet surface of the Nether River. When he heard Graz-ZT describe how difficult it was for him to break through space to reach this place, the young blue dragon finally empathized with him. The god of virtual games, Stim, had used some unknown method to sever the connection between this realm and other realms. While Keyes did not see anything special when he passed through the quantum tunnel, he clearly felt that the space was a little sticky. The entire Acid Fog Canyon plain seemed to be hooked with a layer of fog, and the space around it became heavily obstructed. And that was with the quantum tunnel. If he had descended as Graz-ZT's clone did, there was no telling how much resources it would take. However, according to Six Fingers, the Tauren king who was most likely here to seek revenge had brought an entire army with him. If he did not use the quantum tunnel, he would not have been able to bear the huge burden of resources even if he was a demon lord. Keyes had originally thought that they were the same as him, that they had also come to the Acid Fog Canyon through the river Styx, but that might not be the case. This was because when he had just passed through the maze of the Nether River, he realized that the quantum energy he had consumed was much higher than he had expected. Most of it was not for himself, but to protect the ship and the 2 passengers on the ship. Especially during the final extraction process, if Keyes did not provide additional protection, Pu-Wu and Shay would very likely have their bodies strangely reconstructed the moment they left the quantum channel. That would undoubtedly be fatal. If Bafman had used the same maze, he would have had to provide a lot of protection for his troops. The cost of doing so was even greater than the maximum value of this army, so it was completely unnecessary. Therefore, Keyes speculated that the Tauren king had either mastered another maze or had accumulated a huge amount of quantum energy. However, judging from the last time he fought with his avatar, the possibility of the latter was not high. The truth should be the former. Don't underestimate your opponent. Even if he was once defeated, He would most likely have some trump cards in his hands if he dares to come and seek revenge. Keys thought to himself. After waiting for a while, Shay and Pu Wu, who were on the ship, finally woke up. However, they did not realize that they had fainted just now. When they passed through the quantum channel because their bodies had undergone expansion, extraction, and they were not quantized like Keys, a small part of their consciousness was missing. Where are we? Since entering the ship, it was the first time that Shay and Pu Wu had left the cabin deck. They went up to the top deck and asked Keys, "This is the plane of the Acid Fog Canyon. We are about to go to the New Boom Town, my personal territory." After a simple explanation, Keys urged Shay to start the ship again. After leaving for 2 days, he was somewhat worried about Boomtown. After all, there was still the avatar of the Prince of Gloom there, and he had just severely tricked the other party. Although there was no news from Yazzie, Keys was still worried that the avatar of the Demon Lord would take revenge. Since they were in the same plane, teleportation spells were not so restricted, so it was very convenient to travel with the ship. There was no need to move through the Nether River. This simplified Chaos ship could also use advanced teleportation spells with the help of the Soul Engine. After inputting the coordinates of the New Boomtown station, they moved to the vicinity of the target in just 2 or 3 flashes. Out of caution, Keys did not let the ship land directly in the New Boomtown. Instead, they stopped at the peak of a mountain near the valley. He led the 2 of them and walked with the least commotion. They went around a mountain peak and made their way to the New Boomtown. However, when they walked into the valley, they saw many unfamiliar creatures. Those fellows even formed a marching formation. Something's not right. These creatures are not demons. Instead, they feel like the creations of devils. At first, Keys thought that this was Graz Zeti's doing, but it did not seem to be the work of the Demon Lord. However, he was not so sure. Shay, who had taken over the body of the tracker, was the first to cast Mist of Concealment on the group when he saw these evil creatures. The half-goat even took out a blade of grass from his pouch and rubbed it on himself to eliminate his smell. Thus, Keys saved himself the trouble of hiding and could carefully observe these strange creatures. They had broad shoulders, upright legs, and sharp claws on their feet. Their lizard-like skin wrapped tightly around their bodies, and they could rapidly change color like chameleons so that they could easily blend in with their surroundings. Their shoulders were covered with a tuft of long hair that covered their small triangular ears and spread down over their wings. A bald lizard's tail wriggled from side to side. Winged kobolds. This is a group of purgatory eddies. P.S. Words below are not counted. I've created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity, 6183822262. Everyone is welcome to join the discussion. Currently, I have my own outline of the comic, part of it, introduction of Easter eggs, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes tidbits, please join. Chapter 5:10. Wall 3 had a lot of dissatisfaction. For example, his name. As an Eddie, he was born in the incubation room and did not know who his parents were, but he was given a title that represented the family line. Another example was the work he did. Although he had ridden the purgatory pony several times when he worked for the trade caravan on the land, he was still not used to their staggering pace. Compared to riding this animal down the rugged hillside, he would rather fly with his own wings, even if this might be seen by the enemy from afar. It was more comfortable than this. However, no matter how dissatisfied he was powerless to change the situation. It was impossible for the Lord above him and the new group of lords to listen to his personal opinions. A candle without wings, Wall 3 cursed in a low voice. Can't this cushion be softer? He sat in the saddle, trying to find a more comfortable position for himself. Since leaving the fortress last night, he had been riding on horseback all night. Several times he felt that he had finally overcome the fear of falling off the horse and began to nap in the saddle. But not long after, he would suddenly wake up and find himself sliding down from the saddle. So this fear was awakened again. Compared to his complaints, Eddie, who mostly traveled on foot, was actually very envious of Wall 3's treatment. At least officers like them would not feel pain in the soles of their feet after a night of continuous marching on horseback. In addition to Eddie, there was also a group of half-dragon scouts in front of the team. Their mounts also had a trace of Megalosaurus blood, so they were faster and bolder. Among the scouts, 2 horses were unmanned, indicating that there were scouts patrolling ahead. These half-dragon scouts were very experienced. They made almost no sound when riding. They carefully padded their equipment so that it would not make the sound of armor hitting each other. Compared to Eddie's colleagues, their gazes were so firm and sharp. Under the biting cold wind and the gloomy light gray dawn, they looked like a pack of wolves hunting. They were loyal dogs of the abyssal dragon demon General Mopadib. For the sake of their master's hegemony, they were willing to wipe out all enemies. All right, the truth was that most of these draconians had been coerced into joining the demon generals. However, even though they had become accomplices of the chief evil out of fear, they did not hesitate to carry out his cruel orders. However, when they encountered a strong enemy, they were not so reliable and might even flee at the last minute. The evil of mediocrity was also evil. His lordship's lapdog. Wall 3 looked into the distance and sneered again in a low voice. He's always so arrogant. Wall 3 did not think much of his colleagues. He always felt that those fellows were not natives of hell, so they were not trustworthy, let alone worthy of being entrusted with important tasks. However, in the eyes of the real Batsu Devil, the superiority of the Inferno bloodline that he insisted on was actually very far-fetched. The original Eddie of Purgatory was a combination of the corpses of Eddie kobolds, freshly killed hounds, and a giant chameleon. It was a swift and ferocious creature created from a combination of the corpses of Eddie kobolds, freshly killed hounds, and giant chameleon. Due to their Inferno bloodline, they were far more cunning than the average Edo kobold. Part of the body is upright and can withstand a lot of injuries. Harm. Just like the demon hounds, as long as they could devour enough flesh and blood, they could even regrow their limbs. They felt that because they had the Inferno bloodline and most of their descendants were born in the incubation rooms of Bator, they could be regarded as relatively indigenous residents of Bator. But in the view of the purebred Batsu, Purgatory Edo was at most a kind of tool that could not be accepted by Bator's class system. In this regard, demons had always advocated equality. Of course, without sufficient benefits, no demon would explain the cognitive theory of Batsu's race to Purgatory Edo. Therefore, guys like Wall 3 still had beautiful expectations and worked hard every day to achieve an impossible promotion. From the ordinary Purgatory Edo to the Purgatory Edo Vanguard, then to the Purgatory Edo Squad Captain, then to the Purgatory Edo Sergeant. Although Wall 3's promotion brought a slight increase in strength, his life essence still did not change. He was still Purgatory Edo. Of course, although he was not included in the demon system, Wall 3 still had to obey the demon's rules as he served the demon general. While marching, a sergeant major like him had to patrol the formation and count the number of people every once in a while. This was his duty. Even if riding on a horse was very uncomfortable, Wall 3 had to complete it on time. Riding forward, he counted the number of people in his squad to make sure no one was left behind. Then, he ran around and carefully patrolled the area. He recorded the surrounding terrain and made some preparations in case there was a possibility of a possible retreat. Suddenly, a bird's cry sounded in the silent valley. Wall 3 keenly distinguished the sound and realized that it was not a real bird's cry because he had heard the same sound before. This was a signal from the half-dragon scouts in front. They would use the cry of a certain carnivorous bird in the acid fog canyon as a communication signal. After 3 cries, 2 half-dragon scouts suddenly appeared from the snake trees. First, they followed the scouts' mounts and strode forward. Their speed was not inferior to those long-limbed animals. After adjusting their speed, the 2 scouts leaped lightly and rode on the 2 horses that had been vacated. They urged their mounts and walked to the side of the scout captain. They whispered something to him, as if they were reporting the situation they had discovered. The leading draconid with red dragon bloodline nodded and waved his hand. The 2 scouts slowed down their horses and fell behind. Immediately afterward, the other 2 scouts dismounted from their horses. After rolling on the ground to remove the inertia, they went into the snake bushes. Wall 3 saw this and could not help but curl his lips again. It's a completely formalistic scout style. As a Purgatory Edo who grew up in Bator, he had experienced many battles under the abyssal draconic demon general. He knew that the opponent of the army he was in now might be the same force as General Mopadib. In other words, they were likely to encounter a legion of devils, not a poor force from the material plane. Frequently sending scouts was actually a wrong decision at this time, unless those scouts were legendary rogues. Otherwise, such behavior was not as good as marching silently because the probability of the enemy discovering them in advance was lower. Of course, he still spoke softly. Those half-dragons had been more favored recently, and he did not want to get into trouble, but he never expected that someone would agree with him. You're right. It's a little formalistic. Chapter 5:11. Wall 3 exhaled and watched it condense into white mist in the cold morning, lingering for a moment before dispersing. He could gasp for breath, but he could not open his mouth to call for help. It felt as if someone was strangling his tongue and Adam's apple. There was no doubt that all of this was done by Keys. He only used a little of his psionic ability to hint at Purgatory Eddie. Because he used his psionic ability and did not use any spells, his body was still covered in the mist of concealment, and he was still hidden. Don't worry, I won't kill you. By manifesting his ability in Wall 3's brain, Keys stabilized the other party's emotions so that he could explore his memories. After his emotions calmed down a little, the young blue dragon began to let go and read Purgatory Eddie's secrets. It's not that. And it's not that either. Dragon Demon General loyal to Abisa discovered the new boom town, attempted a surprise attack. Gradually, Keys figured out the whole story and became a little curious about the Demon General's recent situation. So he found allies. The remaining Megalosaurus in the Megalosaurus army actually became the honored guests of the Abyssal Dragon. That's why he had the ambition to compete with the other generals of the Batsu Expeditionary Army, wanting to compete for the ultimate overlord. New Boom Town stopped in the valley 2 days ago and happened to be near his fortress, so he found out about it. He didn't know that it was Traction City and thought that New Boom Town was just a small fortress, so he coveted it. He had to admit that the Abyssal Dragon Mopadib had a good plan, and the timing of his attack was indeed excellent. If Keys had not returned in time, he might have been taken advantage of, mainly because there was still the Dark Prince, who was actually the biggest unstable factor, and caused a certain amount of damage to New Boom Town. But now, Quest had returned in time, and was interested in the Abyssal Draconic Demon. So, the final outcome, there was a moment of silence for Mopadib, but he still didn't know who he had provoked, or that a fatal crisis was approaching. He was now indulging in unrealistic fantasies, and at the same time hoping for the reward of being the ultimate overlord that Stim had promised. For this reason, other than sending his troops to launch a surprise attack on New Boom Town, he also made some extra efforts. "Good day, Lady Cryphia." Moppet Hibbu lowered his head. His face looked more like a horse's than a megalosaurus. His body was covered in fine scales, and between the scales there was a layer of oily hair which set off his taut muscles. Compared to his muscular upper body, Moppet Hibbu's lower body was somewhat disproportionate. He had large toes but was bony. However, he had a thick tail that dragged on the ground like a third leg to support his body. His wide wings were folded on his back, as if a scarlet cloak was covering the plate armor made of Bartholomew. Due to the difference in size, when talking to the behemoth in front of him, even if he stood up straight, he would still be dwarfed. Not to mention, in order to show respect, Moppet Hibbu also slightly bowed and leaned forward slightly. "What do you want? Why did you disturb my sleep?" Cryphia opened her eyes and glanced at the abyssal dragon general in front of her and asked impatiently. As a third generation of gods, Cryphia had her own pride and never had a good impression of non-pure blood Megalosaurus. In her eyes, guys like the abyssal dragon could only be regarded as a butler among the servants of the Megalosaurus. Even if the other party was not an ordinary abyssal dragon, but a demon general who had experienced several bloody battles and proved his strength. Hearing the impatience in Cryphia's tone, Moppet Hibbu lowered his head even more to hide the disdain in his eyes. "You have a unique bloodline advantage, but now you are reduced to living under someone else's roof. What a disgrace to the Dragon Queen, unlike some dragonborn creatures." Although the abyssal dragon was jealous of the pure-blood Megalosaurus after becoming powerful, they were only jealous. This kind of demon had no intention of mating with a pure-blood Megalosaurus and optimizing the bloodline of their descendants. The key was that they did not have the ability. When creating this kind of demon, Tiamat deliberately set up reproductive isolation because she was concerned about the nature of the demon. No matter how much the abyssal dragon coveted the pure-blood Megalosaurus, they could not taint the Megalosaurus bloodline by mixing blood. Therefore, although Cryphia should be a heavenly beauty in the eyes of dragonborn creatures, she was at the level of indescribable beauty. But Moppet Hibbu was not interested in her at all. This abyssal dragon general's mind was full of tricks, such as how to use this Megalosaurus of God. Of course, he was not stupid enough to say this out loud. After all, the five-colored Megalosaurus were evil and irritable existences. "Lady Cryphia, if it was not a very important and urgent matter, how could I disturb your rest? A few days ago, my subordinates found a demon fortress that was not large in scale. There seemed to be a lot of mortals stationed there." Hearing his words, Cryphia raised her head and seemed to be a little interested. "You mean the servant army? As wise as you are, those mortals are now staying in a demon fortress. It seems that they are being kept by a small team of demons. They were originally subordinates of the Megalosaurus army. Some ignorant fellows actually dared to take them for themselves. They are simply lawless. I have already sent out a punitive army. In a few days, they will take over that small fortress and punish the demon commander. It's just that those mortal servants are all subordinates of the Megalosaurus army. I hope you can send some Megalosaurus to accept them." These words were laced with flattery and a favor, but they also hid the idea of dispatching a few Megalosaurus to assist in the battle. Cryphia was not stupid. She understood the meaning of this abyssal dragon general's words, but she did not think it was too much. After all, she led the remaining Megalosaurus army to this demon fortress. She needed to show her strength. Otherwise, in the future, she would not be able to intimidate this Moppet Hibbu and his demon subordinates. At the same time, in order to control a group of Megalosaurus, in addition to being strong enough, she also needed to give them enough benefits. The five-colored Megalosaurus loved gold, silver, and treasures, and Kryphia was no exception. She could not transfer her collection to others. The news about the servant army gave her new inspiration. Those servants could also be regarded as benefits to bribe her subordinates. She had to admit that Moppet Hibu's overt scheme was played very well. After thinking about it, Kryphia could only choose to agree, because that way she could also maximize her benefits. Where is that fortress? P.S. Words below are not counted. A discussion group for Scales of Eternity has been established. Everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. Currently, there is an outline part of the comic format that I drew, an introduction to the Easter eggs, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, please join. Chapter 5:12. After reading Wall 3's memories, Keyes erased the parts related to him and allowed Eddie to return to the team. He brought Shay and Pooh with him. Due to the small number of people, it was easy to avoid the scouts sent by the army. Moreover, whether it was a half-goat or a highly adaptable tracker, there was not much of a problem moving through the mountains. They only needed to find a suitable rock to rest on, and they did not need to use featherfall to reach the bottom of the valley from the mountain. At this time, the new boom town appeared in Keyes' vision. He immediately used a communication spell to greet the half-lich Snade. Although he had returned to the Acid Fog Canyon, he did not intend to show himself, so he had to communicate with his companions in advance. He did not want to be caught off guard. At present, apart from the attack from the abyssal draconic general, Keyes also had to be wary of the Dark Prince's little tricks. This was like a game of chicken. You did not need to defeat 99 people. You only needed to defeat the last one to obtain victory. The premise for this was undoubtedly to hide your tracks well and be a quiet Voldemort and a cunning old camper. Therefore, after exchanging information with Snade, he brought Shay and Pooh to hide in the woods around the New Boom Town. Observing the New Boom Town from afar, Keyes felt that the clockwork Megalosaurus had fused with it, and there were many demon guards stationed there. As for Graz Zt's avatar, it had been hugging its shoulders and staying in the open space outside Traction City for the past 2 days. It breathed in the air obediently. At most, it would occasionally lower its head and crush the acid fogworms that crawled out of nowhere with its feet. Keyes found that his companions were not in the New Boom Town. Compared to Six Finger, they were very busy. Due to the sudden departure of the young blue dragon, the clockwork Megalosaurus had fused with the New Boom Town and entered a state of level 1 combat readiness. Apart from his companions, only the demon guards who were loyal to him and provided their real names were allowed to stay in the city. Therefore, the original laborers and mortal mercenaries of the material plane were all evacuated to the outskirts of the New Boom Town. In order to maintain order, Snader, the 3 ogre brothers, Brock the desert elf, and Jason the paladin didn't stay in Traction City for even a second. At the same time, even though Graz Zt's avatar appeared to be obedient, they didn't let their guard down. They were constantly on the lookout for any schemes that might be brewing. Keyes' return was like a timely rain that boosted the morale of his companions. However, the young blue dragon asked Snader to warn everyone not to reveal this news. He had his own plans. During the conversation, Keyes revealed the information about Edo's army. Not long after, the desert elf Brock sent out several groups of mercenaries from the material plane. Many of them were elite rogues, powerful warriors, and experienced rogue mages. They formed a scouting party and quickly spread out in a fan-shaped search area. Knowing the direction of Edo's army, their movements were purposeful. The snake thicket, where the 2 Drakens were hiding, became the main search area. Acid Fog Canyon was shrouded in acidic gas all year round. Only some fungi and a few abyssal plants, such as the snake thicket, could survive here. Spore people with strong territorial instincts often lived in the fungus forest. To not cause trouble and expose the army's tracks, the Drakons could only hide in the snake thicket. They wore chainmail and natural scales, which gave them double protection. Therefore, they weren't too afraid of the poisonous snake-like branches. In fact, the snake thicket provided them with shelter. However, things were always changing. One moment, a shelter could become a fatal trap in the next. The mercenaries who were searching for their target walked across the rugged, rocky ground and surrounded the snake thicket. Out of caution and experience, the rogues and warriors didn't enter rashly. Instead, they let the rogue mages in the group do the work. Lesser Flame Orb. The rogue mages were low-level spellcasters who were either self-taught or had only gone through imperfect spell training. Although their spells weren't very advanced, they had plenty of experience dealing with all kinds of problems through years of experience. There was no communication during the whole process. The rogue mages chose to cast the same spell at the same time, throwing flames into the snake thicket. Their casting techniques were all different, and the casting materials they used were all different as well. Even the beads of fire, after they were formed, were of different sizes. But that didn't stop them from achieving the desired effect. Since they were going to create flames, if the quality wasn't enough, they could make up for it with quantity. Moreover, ordinary, inferior fire pearls were not very powerful, and the heat they contained was not much different from that of a burning coal ball. They didn't cast this spell to kill the hidden scouts at all, but to ignite as many snake thickets as possible. These snake thickets had special characteristics. Their branches were flexible and rich in resin. A snake thicket could burn for a long time after it was ignited. Due to the influence of the chaotic and evil nature of the abyss, plants like snake thickets were very selfish when dealing with the threat of fire. The burning snake thickets would desperately whip their branches in an attempt to get rid of the burning parts, but this would threaten the surrounding snake thickets. In order to protect themselves, if the surrounding snake thickets were ignited, the snake thickets that weren't ignited would also become very crazy. They would also desperately whip their branches, trying to knock down the burning things that were thrown over to the ground to protect their own safety. So in the snake thicket, as long as one snake thicket was ignited, the whole forest would soon fall into a riot. Every branch would become incomparably crazy and extremely aggressive, and the viper's kiss at the tip would frequently let out hissing sounds. Damn it, these snake thickets have gone crazy. The two half-dragon scouts hiding in the snake thickets were terrified. Although they weren't afraid of the bites of the snake thickets and the poison contained in the branches, it was still very dangerous if they were entangled by the branches. As a last resort, the two could only hurriedly retreat. At the same time, they had to take out their weapons to cut down the branches that were coming towards them. "They're over there." A wild mage shouted loudly. He cast a levitation spell on himself and rose into the air to investigate the movements in the snake thickets. And the two half-dragons who were cutting down the branches while desperately escaping to the other side of the forest naturally couldn't escape his eyes. P.S. The following words don't count. Created a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. Currently, there is an outline part of the manga format that I drew, an introduction to the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind the scenes of the creation, please join in. Chapter 5:13. Formalism killed people. As if to prove Wall III's judgment, the seemingly capable scouts eventually exposed the whereabouts of the army. The rogue mages shot fireworks into the sky, indicating the direction of the enemy's attack and the approximate number of people for the defenders of New Boom Town. The abyssal draconic leader, who was in charge of leading this team of Purgatory Eddies, was naturally furious when he learned that the surprise attack had failed. He immediately went to the front of the army and personally killed the 2 Draconic men who fled back in disgrace in front of the leader of the Draconic Scouts. The leader of the Draconic Scouts was livid. Those 2 subordinates were actually the juniors of the clan he led. However, in the face of an angry blue dragon abyssal, he chose to endure for the sake of the clan's interests. After punishing the losers in the Devil's Way, the abyssal Draconic leader immediately ordered the Purgatory Eddies to take to the sky. Since the surprise attack had failed, he could only resort to brute force. He had to use the racial advantage of the Purgatory Eddies. As for whether this would cause a large number of casualties in the army, that was no longer his first concern. He had just punished the Draconic Scouts because their failure had caused the surprise attack plan to go to waste. If he failed to take down Fort Bator, then he would be the one to be punished, and the one to take action would be General Mopadab. Therefore, he had to win this battle. If he failed, he would rather die in battle. Perhaps as a devil, he could return to Bator and be reborn. Everyone fly in the sky. After analyzing the pros and cons, the abyssal Draconic leader no longer held back and cast spells on the Draconic men who did not have the ability to fly. All of you descend from the sky into Fort Bator. Just hold on for a while, and the general will come to support. He roared with all his might to boost the morale of the army. His words were not empty. With that, the abyssal Draconic leader took the lead and spread his wings to fly towards New Boom Town. It felt like he was facing death with equanimity. Under his lead, the Purgatory Eddies also noisily carried their weapons and rushed towards the battlefield like a dark cloud. As soon as the dark clouds appeared, the alarm bells in New Prosperity Town were rung, and the Devil Garrison immediately made defensive preparations. However, the first to face the enemy were not the blood-armored fiends and barbed fiends who were prepared for battle, but the mercenaries from the material plane. Maximum Spell, Snade's gravity distortion, extending its mechanical palm. The Demolic quickly cast a self-created legendary spell, temporarily changing the gravity of a large area. The Abyssa Dragon Demon, leader flying at the front, was the first to be affected by the spell. It flapped its wings, but slowly landed on the ground. The Eddy Purgatory army that followed behind was even more affected. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they fell one after another. However, since they were born with wings and flight was their natural instinct, most Eddies relied on their long wings to slow down their fall. In fact, there were only a few who directly fell to the ground and died. Most of them only suffered minor injuries in the end. As for the Draconians who were cast with the Walk in the Air spell, they managed to escape because they were at the back of the team. Long before they entered the area of gravity disorder, they wisely landed on the ground and gathered with the main force on foot. At this time, the army was still some distance away from New Prosperity Town. Although it was not too far, it was not easy to get close. This was because there was another army, the mercenaries from the material plane, blocking their path. And from the looks of it, the mortals from the material plane did not seem to be too panicked. It was as if they had already prepared for battle. As the former servants of the Megalosaurus army and later became the citizens of New Prosperity Town, they rarely had the chance to fight with the enemy. To be honest, apart from the mercenaries from another plane that Keyes had brought with him when he first came to the Acid Fog Canyon and the reinforcements from the Devil's Logistics Department, most of them did not have the experience to fight against the creatures of the lower plane. Keyes thought that this was a good opportunity for them to fight the creatures of the lower plane with real swords and spears, and at the same time gain some courage. After all, the young blue dragon was not a saint. He gathered this force, not because he wanted to save them from the devil's exploitation, but because he really wanted to use them to serve him. If there was always the legion of devils in front of them, What kind of training could this army get? In the end, they would only become useless decorations. Rather than that, Keyes might as well collect their souls early and obtain a large number of useful soul prisms. Of course, the young blue dragon also had a clear understanding. No matter how elite and valiant the mortal army was, they would never be able to contend against the organized army of the Devil Legion. But this time, it was a group of purgatory Edos, winged kobolds. Even in terms of numbers, this army could not compare to the basic legion of devils. This was like a pillow given to him when he was sleepy, and it solved the problem of how to train the mortal mercenaries. So, Keyes let Snader take action and facilitate this encounter. He also let the other companions do some pre-battle mobilization. See those guys? They're just a bunch of winged kobolds, at most some purgatory bloodline. All the mortal mercenaries did not move. Before you, how many of you came here because you were cheated? And how many of you lost your companions because your rations were not enough? Some of the mortal mercenaries began to clamor. Those purgatory Edos, or purgatory kobolds, are probably the only Bartholomew you can afford to offend. Do you want to take revenge on them? Do you want to vent your anger on them? Also, for every 15 purgatory Edos you kill, whether you were a laborer in the labor camp or a member of the city guards, after this battle, you will all be promoted to the next level and even become the first nobles of the new boom town. To be able to be deceived by the devil, these mortals were more or less inclined towards order, and they understood the power that came with class. Therefore, when they heard the last sentence of the promise, everyone began to go crazy. They felt that their bitter days had finally come to an end, especially those who were thrown into the labor camp. They were troublemakers, and most of them had decent combat strength, the power that they had lost. And now they had a chance to regain it. These people became especially fanatical, and they could not wait. They were no stranger to killing, but the bitter days now were truly strange. Not to mention, those enemies were just some winged kobolds. At most, they had some purgatory bloodline. P.S. Below not counted in the word count. Created a Scales of Eternity, discussion group 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. Currently, there is an outline part of the manga format that I drew, an Easter egg introduction, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes tidbits, please join in. Chapter 5:14. Purgatory eddies were less than 5 feet tall. When they stood up, they looked like humans, but had the legs of wolves and thick skin of lizards. Their heads were shaped like lizards, with a long, thin nose, a mouthful of jagged teeth, and flat nostrils. Their eyes were covered with thick, wool-like hair, which made them look like humans as well. Their hands and feet were huge, with huge claws at the front of their limbs. The barbed lizard tail was about twice the length of its body, and it kept swaying behind it. Due to the purpose of training the soldiers and to test the strength of these mortals, Keyes did not have his own companions to participate in the battle. They were only responsible for holding the line. The ones who commanded the battle were the leaders of the mercenaries from the material plane. Apart from them, there were also a few solo mercenaries who wisely chose to follow the orders of those with experience. Archers! Many of the mercenary leaders shouted the same command. There were also some mages who stood there chanting hoarsely while waving their hands in the air, preparing to cast spells. Many of the warriors picked up their longbows and stood behind their shield-wielding comrades. Each of them shot 2 to 3 arrows. Before the first wave of eddies reached them, the arrows had already landed on their bodies. Some of them were deflected away, but most of them pierced through their simple leather armor and sank into their flesh. However, those winged kobolds were far more resilient than he had expected. Unless they were hit in the eyes, nose, or mouth. They did not care at all. They casually pulled out the arrows and threw them to the ground. Some of the Eddies who were also holding short bows even shot the arrows back at the mercenaries' formation, launching a wave of counterattacks. As for the wounds caused by the arrows, they healed in no time and did not affect their movements at all. Only a few spells managed to reduce the number of Eddies. However, on a battlefield where the army was a unit, this degree of reduction in numbers did not have any effect. Instead, it provoked the Eddies' ferocity. They roared and quickened their pace, appearing to be unstoppable. Although the Purgatory Eddies couldn't fly, due to Snade's legendary spell, they could still hop forward with their inverted legs. Their speed wasn't affected by the spell at all. In a situation where their long-range attacks were unable to stop the enemy, they only took a few rounds of arrows to rush to the front of the mortal army. The distance between the two sides was already less than 20 steps. Sword Shield Soldier. Seeing that they were about to enter a melee, the experienced mercenary leaders immediately changed their formation. They let the shield-wielding warriors take the lead and replaced the crossbow-wielding archers. These sword and shield wielders raised their shields and swatted at the incoming enemies, trying to push them back. However, these creatures had the Purgatory bloodline and were much stronger than normal kobolds. The shield-bearers who thought they could withstand the impact were immediately shocked by Eddie's speed, strength, and weight. Those monsters even dared to crash into steel shields with their bodies of flesh and blood. They were not worried that they would be hurt. Spellcaster support. Powerful mercenary groups would at least have one or two spellcasters, even if they were short on funds. Their purpose was to deal with situations like this. In a situation where the battle was thwarted, one or two spellcasting support was all that was needed to turn the situation around. Now that they were in a chaotic battle, the mercenary leaders tacitly agreed not to call for spell strike and only allowed spellcasting support because they were worried about unnecessary friendly fire. However, according to the characteristics of each mercenary group, the method of magic support was different. Some focused on buffs, and they would concentrate some of the buffs on the strongest warriors. Some focused on restraining the enemy, and they would use restrictive spells to disturb the opponent. Lion's Courage, Cat's Grace, Bull's Strength. These three spells were the three most common buff support spells. If possible, the spellcaster would also temporarily buff the warrior's physique. When the effects of several enchantments were accumulated together, it could create a sufficiently powerful warrior. Whether it was used as a blade or a shield, it could often achieve good results. On the battlefield of small-scale conflicts, this tactic could often achieve miraculous results. As for the other type of support, the spellcaster's target was the enemy. They had to do their best to hinder and weaken the enemy. At the same time, they also had to be careful not to affect their own warriors. To be honest, in this chaotic situation where other mercenary teams were involved in the battle, it was much more difficult for them to cast the anti-enemy type of support than the buff type of support. In addition, their spellcasting skills were not particularly outstanding, so the types of spells they could cast were naturally very limited. Grease was the most common spell, which could be thrown far behind the front line of the battle. If they were more careful, they would use Living Rope on preset ropes to disrupt the enemy's attacking rhythm. However, most of them were mercenaries from the material plane after all, and had not experienced the blood and fire of the battlefield of the lower world. Therefore, they were not very clear about how difficult it was to deal with the demon army in a large-scale battle. The spellcasting support had a certain effect, but it did not open up the battlefield as usual. As soon as the warriors who were buffed by spells showed their strength, Purgatory entered sergeants, draconians, and even some abyssal dragons would immediately come to kill them. As for the suppressing spells that were thrown out, other than causing chaos in the enemy at first, They would then be countered by some abyssal dragon warlocks. It did not last long at all. Overall, it was still the warriors on both sides who decided the outcome of the battle. The rest of the spells could only be regarded as harassment at most, and could not be used to determine the outcome of the battle. All the warriors, as long as they had a little experience, abandoned their large-scale attacks and were like street brawlers, swinging their long swords not more than 2 feet away from their bodies. They cautiously gathered together with their companions, trying their best to ensure that they only faced the enemy head-on and not be attacked from the front and back. Even if the mortal mercenaries gained the upper hand in certain parts of the battlefield, they would not choose to charge rashly. They would just pull back and wait for the enemy to show a flaw, and then take a bite out of it. The battlefield was the best teacher. Through actual combat, these mortals had already begun to learn some of the skills of the Legion of Devils. They were improving. P.S. Below is not counted in the word count. Created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. Currently, there is an outline, part of the comic format, an introduction to the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind the scenes of the creation, please join in. Chapter 5:15. Wall 3 panted heavily and made a harsh sound in his throat, but he felt very calm and focused. He avoided a mercenary wielding a spear skillfully, clamped the handle of the spear with his left arm, and then grabbed it with his left hand. Holding the spear tightly, Wall 3 leaped into the enemy's arms and cut the enemy's throat with his long sword. The corpse fell to the ground with its head facing upwards, emitting a soft bang sound, and the bright magic light that was entwined around it was annihilated into nothingness. The 13th one. Wall 3 raised his long sword and licked the blood from his throat. Just hold on for a little longer. As a sergeant major, he had a clear understanding of the Purgatory Eddy army and knew the strengths and weaknesses of this army very well. In his view, the battle that was going on now was the situation that the Purgatory Eddy army should avoid the most. There was no advantage at all. Because of their wings, they were easily at a disadvantage when fighting on the ground. But like his companions, Wall 3 was still trying his best to hold on. They believed in the declaration of the abyssal draconic leader before the battle. Lord Moppadib will arrive soon. We just need to hold on for a little longer. Powerful reinforcements are about to arrive. Most of the Purgatory Eddy army could guess what the so-called reinforcements were. They had full confidence in the reinforcements. After all, it was an army composed of the 5-colored Megalosaurus. All kobolds had a natural respect for the Megalosaurus. Moreover, the situation on this battlefield was actually not too bad. The Purgatory Eddy, with the ability to regenerate, was not too weak. If there were only those mortal mercenaries, the Purgatory Eddy army would most likely be the final victor with a little more effort. Although Wall 3 admitted that the mortals seemed to be improving in terms of tactics during the course of the battle, Wall 3 had to admit. But even so, their physical strength and energy were limited, and it was impossible for them to survive against the creatures of the Purgatory bloodline. In fact, so far, after fighting for nearly half an hourglass, most of the mortal mercenaries should be very tired. Only certain special races or powerful professions such as monks or monolith warriors had become the pillars of the country. Commander Eddy of Purgatory, along with other officers of the same rank, was constantly searching for such targets. They were only responsible for taking care of the pillars, and without them, the rest of the mortal mercenaries would be handed over to Eddy. Wall 3 looked around and immediately found 2 or 3 orc wolf riders who still seemed to have some strength left. "It's you guys." He grabbed a handful of iron caltrops from the leather pouch at his waist and silently walked towards the orc wolf riders. in a chaotic battle. It was actually very difficult to carry out targeted attacks without alerting others. However, while 3 relied on his experience and skills to always cleverly avoid the chaotic crowd, when he reached a suitable distance, he aimed at a position a few steps ahead of his target and threw the caltrops. He also cast a spell-like ability to obstruct his target's vision. Darkness Art. The ink-like spell clouds quickly enveloped the Orc Wolf Riders. Due to the sudden loss of their vision, their brains showed some hesitation in their predictions. On the battlefield, any hesitation was fatal. The Orc Wolf Riders paid the price for this. The dire wolf mounts that they regarded as brothers did not stop in their tracks, and all stepped on the iron caltrops. Awoo! A few dire wolves let out mournful howls. They broke free from the reins of the orcs on their backs and ran in all directions uncontrollably in order to appease their mounts. The orcs stuck close to the dire wolves' backs and wrapped their strong arms around their thick necks. This way, even if they left the range of the Darkness Art, they would not have the time to find out who had set them up. Poof! Wall 3 followed behind a wolf rider, jumped onto the dire wolf's back, and stabbed his long sword into the orc's heart. Even though orcs were known for their physique, they could not survive after their hearts were smashed. The wolf rider fell to the side. Then Eddie of Purgatory spread his wings, not flying, and glided away with a kick of his legs. Although he could not fly, he still used gliding to quickly come behind another wolf rider. He was going to do the same. However, what he didn't expect was that a long axe would come out from the side and block his long saber by a hair's breadth. With a crack, a hole immediately appeared on the longsword, and the tremendous force from it almost made the weapon fall out of his hand. It turned out that a Goliath warrior had somehow approached and saved the Orc Wolf Rider's life in time. Damn it! Wall 3 cursed in his heart. Since his sneak attack failed, he was not prepared to continue fighting. Instead, he wanted to escape quickly. However, the rhythm of the attack was interrupted, and his body stiffened for a moment. The Goliath warrior naturally would not let go of this opportunity. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. The long-handled axe only slightly changed its direction to avoid the block of the long saber and slashed at Wall 3's neck in an arc. He had no choice but to swing out his spiked tail and use the tip of his tail with chitin to block the arrival of death for himself. The blade of the axe cut off Wall 3's tail and sent him flying a few meters away. Eddie of Purgatory was not a gecko. Although he could still regenerate his broken tail, slowly the pain would not be any less. After landing, he endured the pain of his broken tail and hurriedly held the longsword in front of his chest to guard against the other party's possible pursuit. Several orcs who had treated the leg injuries of the dire wolf had already surrounded him. They looked like they wanted to eat Wall 3 alive. Just as he was considering whether to use the dark spell, like spell ability to escape again, an inexplicable feeling arose spontaneously. Strong reinforcements are here. Wall 3 felt a familiar aura from the essence of life. That aura made him have the urge to kneel and obey, because it was the unique aura of Megalosaurus. When facing Megalosaurus, all kobolds naturally could not resist. Of course, in addition to him, most of the dragon creatures present, including Absalom, Draconians, and other dragon creatures, also felt the aura of Megalosaurus. That aura was so huge that it was obviously not just one Megalosaurus. It was very likely that the Megalosaurus army came out together. Keys, who had been hiding in the fungus forest and paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, naturally felt the arrival of a large number of his kind. However, the young blue dragon in human form had no joy or sorrow on his face. There was not even the slightest extra emotion on his face. P.S. Below is not counted in the word count. I have established a Scales of Eternal Order discussion group 618382262. Everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. At present, there is an outline of the form of the comic, part of it, an introduction of the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation should join quickly. Chapter 5:16. As a long-lived species, most of the ordinary megalosaurus were lazy. Of course, sometimes they would fight to be the first. For example, for the right to reproduce, or if there were benefits to be divided. When Cryphea conveyed the news of the servant army, the dragons instantly became lively. Every megalosaurus wanted to be the representative to receive them, and they did not trust the other megalosaurus. Helpless, Cryphea could only let the dragons come out in full force and let them be responsible for the number of servants she received. More than 30 megalosaurus, above the age of adulthood, rose into the sky one by one. The scene made Mopatib a little stunned. He had suspected that the megalosaurus army had set their sights on Fort Bator. They did not want to leave even a piece of meat for him. Although Mopatib wanted to object and tell the megalosaurus that this was too much, his strength did not allow him to do so. So in the end, this abyssal dragon general could only follow behind the megalosaurus army and move forward unhappily. Flying at the front of the dragons, there was no doubt that Cryphea, the third generation of the gods, was the one. Only she had such qualifications. However, as the saying goes, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. When encountering the legendary spell cast by the Demolic, she was also the first to be embarrassed. Megalosaurus flew extremely fast, far faster than the Purgatory Eddies. Cryphea quickly passed through the area of chaotic gravity, but because she did not have time to react, in the area of chaotic gravity, she was almost tumbling through the sky. This funny scene appeared several times on the 5-colored megalosaurus behind her. The rest of the megalosaurus quickly stopped their wings. Damn it! Embarrassed by the chaotic gravity field, Cryphea was instantly furious. The divinity inherited from Tiamat surged in her body. She stretched out her right front claw and gently swiped her fingertip in front of her. The entire space affected by Snade's spell was plated with a layer of dark gold. Then Cryphea took a deep breath and exhaled a blazing breath. The dark gold space instantly collapsed. Like glass shattering, with a crack sound, the dark gold fragments peeled off one by one and fell to the ground. As long as they hit the ground, the tiny dark gold fragments would completely disappear, but before they disappeared, they would explode with a chaotic force field. The unlucky Purgatory Eddies had waited for strong reinforcements, but the moment the reinforcements acted, they caused friendly fire and even some casualties. But the megalosaurus flying in the sky, as well as the abyssal dragon general, did not care about these minor details. Mopatib, to say to Cryphea, he said, Cryphea, Cryphea, to Cryphea, Cryphea's, Mopatib, Cryphea, Cryphea, Mopatib's Cryphea, he Cryphea, third generation, Mope third generation, Edis, Eddie's third generation, to her. At this time, Mopatib had long seen that his army might have encountered trouble. Otherwise, they would not have been dragged to the ground to fight. Combined with the spell that had just been broken, he guessed that there might be a legendary spellcaster overseeing the small demonic fortress. I was almost careless. Fortunately, the Megalosaurus Legion came out in full force. Otherwise, we might have suffered a lot of losses in this attack. With an idea in his mind, he immediately began to sing praises. At the same time, he began to tell Cryphea about his investigation and evaluation of the new prosperity. Look at that fortress. It's not big, which means that there aren't many troops stationed there. It should be under the control of a mid-level or low-level officer. But look at the materials used for the construction. It's just some purgatory cold iron, obsidian city bricks, and purgatory roar on the wall. In addition, to be able to gather so many of the original Megalosaurus legion's servants for their own use, I think the owner of that fortress is most likely an officer in charge of logistics in the Bator Expeditionary Legion, and he's the kind who likes to stuff his own pockets. Kryphia listened to his words and blinked. You mean that guy isn't very strong, but he's very rich? Mopadia nodded and said softly in a persuasive tone, That's right, and he doesn't deserve to have that wealth. To be honest, what this abyssal draconic general had analyzed was actually quite reasonable. At the very least, using expensive construction materials and an officer in charge of logistics in Bator were indeed consistent with Keyes' situation. However, his final conclusion, Keyes doesn't deserve to have this wealth, was very absurd and without any logic at all. At the same time, it also laid the groundwork for his tragic end. Seeing the hesitation on Kryphia's face, obviously doubting his motives, Mopadia made up his mind and decided to add fuel to the fire. He used a spell transmission method and conveyed what he had just said to Kryphia to all the Megalosaurus present. Moreover, after preaching the principle of heaven's desire to reap what it sows, he also made a promise: I only need to kill the owner of this fortress, and everything obtained from it will be given to everyone present. From a certain perspective, Megalosaurus was actually a very greedy creature, and the Penishade Megalosaurus were especially easily blinded by greed. Although they were powerful, they were obviously no match for Mopadia in the field of scheming. After all, he was an abyssal draconic. Even if he had the bloodline of Megalosaurus, he was still a Batsa devil in essence. After being brainwashed by Mopadia, except for some old dragons who still retained some rationality, the young ones were all wild with joy. In particular, a few adult white dragons with relatively low intelligence actually took the lead in swooping down toward the mortals who were fighting Eddie of Purgatory. With almost no consideration and no observation of the enemy's strength, they took the initiative to attack. They were like low-level thugs. Perhaps to show off their skills, these white dragons didn't use their breath attacks. As they swooped down, they summoned many dark clouds. As soon as they came into contact with the crowd, the dark clouds suddenly burst out with an extremely cold wail, and a cold snowstorm was suddenly released. The snowstorm engulfed the mercenaries in the material plane. Thick snowflakes danced in the air above their heads like a white carpet spinning at high speed, making it difficult to see what was in front of them. When the snowflakes fell on the mercenaries' exposed skin, it was like a strong acid corroding their flesh, causing them to feel stinging pain. The white dragons were like eagles hunting their prey. They passed through the dark clouds and used their huge claws to pick up the mercenaries who were caught in the snowstorm. Then they brought them back to the sky, either crushing them to death or throwing them to the ground. As if they were toying with the mortals, the white dragons revealed their evil and cruel nature on the mortals. How embarrassing! P.S. Below is not counted in the word count. Created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. So far, there is an outline of the form of the comic, part of it, an introduction to the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life. Readers who want to see more behind the scenes of the creation, please join in. Chapter 517. The dignified Megalosaurus army had been reduced to mere thugs. This made some of the older Megalosaurus in the dragon group very indignant. If the Hellfire Tyrant was still alive, he would definitely roast those white dragons into jerky and dry them at the top of the glacier. Of course, even though they were indignant, they had also begun to attack the new boom town for their own benefits. At most, their table manners were slightly better. The two elderly green dragons looked at each other, then swooped down toward the mortal mercenaries from the material plane. They were brothers from the same mother, so they had a tacit understanding with each other and quickly came up with a plan. There were a total of 30 megalosaurus here. With the strength of the dragon group, Fort Bator would probably be torn down into ruins very quickly. By then, those red dragons and blue dragons would most likely use their powerful strength to forcefully take the largest share of the wealth. Competing with them for wealth was tantamount to asking for a rebuff. Rather than that, it would be better to get more of the servant army into their own hands first. That would be safer. The white dragons most likely had the same idea, but they did not have much wisdom and chose the wrong method when implementing their idea. Even if they did not use their breath, would the blizzard not freeze a batch of servants to death? What value did the dead servants have? Did they have to be made into undead creatures? That would not only be a waste of time and effort, but it would also be meaningless in the end. Other than those undead megalosaurus that were not recognized by their race, no megalosaurus would want to take care of a group of undead creatures. Only living servants had value and could be used to exchange with other megalosaurus for more benefits. After making up their minds, the two green dragons began to implement their idea, not caring at all about the white dragons who were showing off their skills. They only swooped down and used the wind pressure from their wings to disperse the clouds summoned by the white dragons. The blizzard came to an abrupt end. Roar! Seeing this, the white dragons roared angrily and threatened the green dragon brothers, but they did not dare to fight back. Cowards! The two elderly green dragons looked at each other and smiled. They secretly complained in their hearts at the same time and gave the white dragons the same evaluation. However, the two of them had no interest in dealing with the shame of the megalosaurus at this time because they had more important things to do. The vines are growing wildly. Chanting a draconic incantation, the two old green dragons split into two directions, quickly sweeping past the formation formed by the mortals. A large number of vine seeds fell from between their wings. Then they were stimulated by spells and grew in an instant. The thorny vines clearly only had a short lifespan, but during this period of time, they were incomparably lively. As long as they were touched by external objects, they would respond enthusiastically and capture those objects into their arms. Mud, gravel, swords, even the living mercenaries were soon entangled by these vines. The spikes slid through the gaps in the armor or directly pierced through the exposed arms and necks, injecting a highly anesthetic liquid into the bodies of the captives. As the sounds of people falling to the ground rang out, many mortal mercenaries lost their ability to fight and became the captives of the Green Dragon Brothers. Levitation spell. Using the same spell again, the two elderly green dragons quickly turned and flew back, extending their claws toward the clumps of vines. Due to the use of spells, the clumps of vines wrapped around the prey became lighter, and the green dragons could grab them and drag them away. They wanted to take these captives away and keep them safe so that they could use them as bargaining chips to exchange wealth with other megalosaurus in the future. However, some people would not agree to it. "Don't take my soldiers away." With a thunderous roar, a spinning ebony spike chain streaked across the sky and hit the neck of an elderly green dragon. Those spiked chains, like the vines from before, wrapped around his neck and pierced into his dragon scales. The strong ogre, Neru, could no longer hold back. He decisively attacked one of the two elderly green dragons. After the ebony spike chain hit its target, the strong ogre ran over in 2 or 3 steps, leaping up at the same time. Reaching out to grab the handle of the ebony spike chain, Neru used his own weight to drag a green dragon down. Caught off guard, the old green dragon slammed into the ground with its lower jaw facing the ground. Asterisk bang. Asterisk corroded by the acid rain, clouds of dust rose from the loose ground. Neru strode over and sat on the green dragon's neck. Fists bigger than millstones fell like raindrops, all of them smashing into the back of the elderly green dragon's head. Even a megalosaurus with a strong constitution would not be immune to this kind of forceful physical dizziness. Although the skull was hard and did not explode, there was still a large amount of damage to the scales. The flesh was badly mangled. This was all thanks to Neru's newly created ogre's gauntlets of strength, a very practical barehanded weapon. The spikes made from Bartholomew's iron were densely packed on the gauntlets sewn from the skin of a pit fiend. Every punch was powerful. "You damned bastard." As the saying went, brothers fight a tiger. Father and son go into battle. Seeing his own brother being beaten up, the other green dragon immediately flew into a rage. He threw away the bundle of vines he had just picked up, opening his mouth and pouncing towards the ogre Neru, who was still committing murder. Strong corrosive acid spurted out from the angry elderly green dragon's mouth, covering the strong ogre, who was swinging his fists. Because the green dragons were immune to acid, he was not worried that his brother would be injured by accident. The acid he spat out was very strong. However, did Neru not have brothers? The moment he rushed over, the other two ogres, Palu and Blue, rushed out to intercept the green dragon. Back in Bite City, in order to save Blue, who had been poisoned, Palu had no choice but to destroy his original troll's skull staff. Now, he had a new weapon. After killing the traitor of the Megalosaurus army, Daramar, who had evolved into a 9-headed dragon, Keys had passed the corpse to Palu and Snade to deal with. When dealing with the corpse, the ogre voodoo doctor purposely chose 3 of the vice heads to create a 3-headed staff for himself. After soaking in the voodoo potion, the 9-headed dragon's head had shrunk to the size of a troll's skull, but the amount of potions it could contain had increased by 3 times. Every head contained a type of potion, so Palu could now release 3 different types of voodoo potions at the same time. Neutralizing potion, devil pepper potion, active slime fungus. The 3 types of potions formed a torrent gushing out violently. The first neutralizing potion was sprayed towards the breath of the elderly green dragon. As for the other 2, they were aimed at the head of the elderly green dragon. One hit his eyes, while the other aimed for his mouth and nose. Chapter 5:18. For Megalosaurus, casting spells was as simple and natural as breathing. Sometimes they did not even need to think to complete it. This was one of their instincts. Therefore, after the voodoo potion hit his face, the old green dragon immediately used spells such as detoxification on himself. However, this did not have much effect because the 2 potions that Paru had concocted did not actually contain any fatal toxins. The devil pepper potion, as the name suggested, was a potion made by using items from the devil's body as fertilizer, growing chili peppers, and finally adding a few other herbs. As for the active slime mold, it was a microbial potion that Paru cultivated using the flesh and blood of creatures from the lower world as a petri dish. When not in contact with air, the active slime mold would be in a more stable state. However, when in contact with air, they would rapidly absorb nutrients and then rapidly grow and divide. If the nutrients in the petri dish were completely absorbed, then the active slime mold would begin to absorb things that could be touched around them. For example, the skin scraps of creatures, blood, or byproducts of metabolism could all be used as nutrients for their bacteria to multiply. The devil pepper potion hit the old green dragon's eyes. Although Megalosaurus had a special transparent eyelid structure that could provide more protection for the eyes, it was still so spicy that he teared up. The active slime mold attached to his mouth and nose, greedily turning the skin scraps into nutrients and dividing and multiplying wantonly. Originally, the elderly green dragon had wanted to close its nose and mouth. However, the vigorous growth of the active slime mold was like an inflated mattress, forcibly pushing open his organs, allowing the tears mixed with the devil pepper potion to flow into his mouth and nose. What was even more frightening was that not long after, the old green dragon's head was occupied by the active slime mold. His head seemed to be covered with a foam plastic helmet, and the devil pepper potion was still stuffed inside. It was important to note that Megalosaurus' senses were very sharp. Their sense of smell and taste were very sensitive, so the stimulation brought by the devil pepper potion was even more intense. Although Paru's attack was not fatal, for this green dragon, it was practically a torture comparable to the 10 great tortures of the Qin dynasty. He could no longer maintain his hovering state and fell straight to the ground, frantically tearing at the active slime mold group on his face. Seeing the two green dragon brothers suffer, the few white dragons who had been humiliated let out a low howl of schadenfreude. However, their happiness did not last long, because Paru, who always had an idea, had his eyes on them. From the ogre's gourmet box, Lucien took out a bottle of cola that was rich in carbonation. It was a potion that Quess had proposed and named and Palu had made. After drinking this small bottle of potion, Paru licked his lips. With a light hiccup, he turned into a transparent gaseous creature and silently crept toward the blind white dragons. After entering the effective range of the spell, Brew deactivated his vaporized form and placed a devil pepper into his mouth to chew. Effect to effect. And then to Paru, to Paru, to Paru. Of Paru, of the Paru, was it. Blue, Pardo blue. As Paru's Paru. Finally he to parch Paru's Sliu, Paru. The fireball grew bigger and bigger, and sparks of various colors burst out from it. The flames danced rhythmically, as if they were breathing. In an instant, the fireball hit a white dragon, who was still watching the show. It hit the root of his wing. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly occurred. The white dragon was directly blown into the air, and then violently came into contact with the ground. Even though the white dragon was an adult, and was not weak, the tendons of his wings were almost completely torn. If it was not treated immediately, this guy might not be able to fly in the sky for the rest of his life, and he might not be able to spread his wings and soar in the sky. Unlike the two green dragons, these white dragons did not have any bloodline bond, even though they seemed close. Therefore, when their companion was severely injured, the first reaction of the other white dragons was not to rescue him or to take revenge on the enemy. They actually flew in all directions, wanting to ensure their own safety first, and then see if they should help their companion. The Megalosaurus army only has this much ability. Looking at the Megalosaurus that were defeated one after another, Moped Hibu, who was hovering in the sky, was very surprised. He even began to ponder. If this group of Megalosaurus really only had this much ability, then should he simply seek some benefits from them? Of course, Moped Hibu only pondered for a while. He did not dare to actually make a move on the Megalosaurus and kill them. At least when Kryphia was here, he did not have the guts to do so, because that might anger the Pentashade Dragon Queen. If he still wanted to stay in Bader's system in the future, then he definitely could not do so. But can I show my power now and make the Megalosaurus fear and obey my command? Moped Hibu secretly calculated. In the end, he felt that his idea was feasible, and it would most likely not be rejected by the Dragon Queen in the future. Thus, the Abyssal Draconic General flapped his wings and loudly issued his orders. Megalosaurus Army. The priority target is Bator Fortress. Leave the enemies here to me now. War begins. The ear-piercing roar, like scratching glass, resounded throughout the battlefield. In order to create momentum, he used the power of Commander Bator, and the morale of the Purgatorietos who were in a stalemate instantly soared. Those purgatory creatures under his rule burst out with unimaginable fighting spirit and began to attack the enemy frantically. The battle line that was considered stable just now was immediately torn apart, and the mortal mercenaries of New Boom Town were forced to retreat. In addition to commanding his subordinates, in order to show his strength to the dragons, Moppet Hibbu was prepared to personally deal with the three ogre brothers. He wanted to let the Megalosaurus know how much he deserved the title of General Bator, and that his orders were not to be questioned. Dragon Snake Transformation. After chanting a few simple spells, Moppet Hibbu's body immediately changed, turning into a strong dragon snake. His body was elongated a lot like a huge python, and his size was not inferior to that of an adult megalosaurus. His upper body became more muscular, and fortunately, the plate armor he wore could change its size automatically, so it did not burst. The originally small claws did not change at all, sticking close to the thick body, like slightly protruding scales. After completing his transformation into battle form, Moppet Hibbu immediately swooped down. He wanted to finish off the three ogres as quickly as possible. Smack! But before he could touch the enemy, a puny mortal jumped up high and used a whip kick to hit his cheek. The scales on his face were instantly damaged, and the area where he was hit was badly mangled, and even a few of his teeth were broken. The farce was enough, and the goal of training the soldiers had been achieved. Keyes did not want to waste any more time with them. So the young blue dragon attacked brazenly. Chapter 5:19. Keyes' kick was like a battering ram, hitting Mopadib's face hard and almost breaking his skull. Before he could react, Keyes transformed into the true form of the Megalosaurus and pinned the abyssal draconic general to the ground with his claws. Yes, rubbing. The young blue dragon, who revealed his true form, wanted to show off his muscles to everyone. Whether it was the dragons circling in the sky, Eddie's army on the ground, or even the soldiers of New Boom Town, they were all shocked by the huge Megalosaurus. Another monster. After the battle began, Graziti's avatar, who had been watching the show with his arms crossed, could not help but sigh after transforming into his true form. The first thing that Keyes brought to everyone present was the visual impact. What a colossus this was, after several evolutions. Even if there was an ancient red dragon next to the young blue dragon, it would still look like a child. Those Megalosaurus that had just reached adulthood were probably only the size of his head. If he opened his mouth wide, he could almost swallow them whole. With such a huge difference in size, normal Megalosaurus could not even think of fighting against Keyes if they did not want to become food. A hazy halo covered Keyes' body. Dark golden patterns were faintly discernible between the cobalt blue scales. Roar! He raised his head and roared at the sky. The terrifying power instantly swept through the entire valley. Eddie and the Draconians, who were most sensitive to the power of the Megalosaurus, could no longer stand and lay on the ground. The dragons that were flying in the sky immediately folded their wings and tried to curl up their bodies as they landed one after another. They had no choice. Keyes' roar just now was an order to land in Draconic, and they did not dare to disobey. Even Kryphia, who was as proud as a red dragon and the third generation of a god, couldn't resist at all. From the dragon's roar, the Megalosaurus could distinguish many things. For example, mood, health, strength. Keyes' roar made them no longer doubt the strength of the Megalosaurus in front of them. He was indeed a monster that was much more exaggerated than the Megalosaurus army's leader, the red dragon Hellfire Tyrant. After landing on the ground, the Megalosaurus crouched down like they were meeting a strong person. The older Megalosaurus lowered their heads, while the younger Megalosaurus simply kowtowed to show respect. They were all wondering which race of Megalosaurus Keyes was. Why did the dragon's roar have the accent of the blue race? Greetings from the powerful race, Utujua, as Megalosaurus, the Megalosaurus army, and greeted Keys with the formal Megalosaurus salutes. As she said, "Oot dash," a tiny flame was spat out from her mouth, but it was not a threat. It only flashed by. This was the breath ritual between Megalosaurus. It was a greeting that had been passed down since ancient times, and it was very formal. If Megalosaurus were of the same race and strength, when using the breath ritual, they would spray their breath on the other party at the same time. It would not hurt the other party, and at the same time, it meant that they acknowledged the other party's strength and could be friends with them. When the difference in strength or age was too great, the breath ritual would be completed by the weaker party first. At the same time, this kind of breath could not be sprayed on the other party's body. Instead, it had to be sprayed on the ground with Crifia's head lowered. In this way, the other party would not have to use the same breath ritual in return, and the weaker Megalosaurus would not be hurt because of it. However, for Crifia, the number of times she used the breath ritual could be counted with one hand. Apart from the Pentashade Dragon Queen and her demigod Red Dragon Father, only a few old guys in the Evil Dragon Congress were qualified to do it. It would be a lie if she said that she did not feel suffocated, especially for a red dragon, but the situation was beyond her control. Even though she was the third generation of a god, she still had to see the situation clearly. This naughty kid would probably not have a good ending in the end. Seeing that the other party had performed the breath ritual, Keys knew that he could choose not to return the ritual, but after all, he was born in a country of etiquette in his previous life. A tiny flame sprayed out from Keys's mouth, but it was only tiny relative to the weight of his normal breath. And this symbolic breath of his made Crifia's eyelids twitch. This is a monster. Of course, Quest knew what he was doing. He didn't spit on Crifia's body, but on the ground instead. But he just happened to raise his front claw slightly, and the flame breath landed on the struggling Mopatib. The light blue flame instantly carbonized the abyssal draconic general, who had transformed into a dragon snake form. He died peacefully and without pain. As if out of habit, Keys was worried that the embers would ignite a wildfire. Yep, that was it. He crushed the charcoal into powder. He killed a demon commander on the spot. When he crushed his body, he also took away the general flag that he had, due to his quick actions. Even Crifia, who was standing in front of him, did not see his little action. After finishing what he had to do, the young blue dragon stretched out his claw and snapped his fingers. He used a spell to issue his order. The present Eddy Purgatory army, demigods, and a small number of abyssal draconic demons needed to be gathered by his companions. At the same time, above the Mopatib fortress, the airship carrying the extinct contract demon, which was not actually a contract demon, slowly landed. This diplomat appointed by Keys to the New Boom town had been waiting for a long time on the Ghostface fish. Now that the abyssal draconic general was dead, and he had received the news from Keys, Naaman had personally come to lobby. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before the army left behind in the fortress would depart to the New Boom town, ready to accept the allocation. After doing all that, Quest finally had the time to deal with the draconic horde. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Crifia. He had just taken back the principal. The abyssal draconic demon was dead, so the remaining interest could only be obtained from the dragons. "Oh, your elder Gua, Crifia?" Keys stared at Crifia for a long time, almost irritating her, before he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "No wonder the color of the scales is so familiar. So this red dragon is the third generation of the god who gave me the golden dragon heart." She even breathed heavily and promised that fusing with the golden dragon heart would only hurt a little, but I almost fainted from the pain. Keys was no saint. In this life, He had been educated by the evil Blue Dragon tribe and belonged to the lawful evil faction. Because he had been tricked by Cryphia before, his gaze toward her slowly became extremely unfriendly. Chapter 5:20. Keys took a step forward, and the earth shook violently. Cryphia, who was almost crawling in front of him, felt the pressure increase. You said it wouldn't hurt. That golden dragon's heart. Hearing the words of this colossus in front of her, ripples appeared in her heart. She opened her mouth, slightly in shock. It's actually that young blue dragon who was rewarded. Judging from his age, he's only about to become a young dragon, but you don't have to worry. I've never been one to take my anger out on others for my own choices, especially when I've benefited from it. Cryphia's reverie was mercilessly interrupted by Keys. However, she didn't believe the young blue dragon's words at all. After all, he was a crafty blue dragon, at least in the beginning. It was almost instinctive for them to say things they didn't mean. In fact, she wasn't wrong. Keys was thinking the same thing. If verbal promises were useful, what was the point of a contract? However, your attack on my stronghold has indeed caused me considerable losses. You can't deny that. The casualties, the loss of weapons and equipment, the cost of psychological counseling for those who participated in the battle, and the damage to the environment. Roughly speaking, if converted to soul prisms, the dragonflight will need to compensate me at least 30,000 soul prisms. Upon hearing Quessa's list of charging items, Cryphia raised her head abruptly. This third-generation god almost cursed out loud. 30,000 soul prisms. Even if the mortal mercenaries were made of gold, and their value was equivalent to their weight in gold, it wouldn't even be a fraction of this amount. In the lower planes, the soul prism was an absolute hard currency. Usually it would only take a few to hire a mid-ranked devil. Normally speaking, even a pit fiend would need hundreds or even thousands of years to accumulate 10,000 soul prisms. Moreover, this was only possible if the powerful devils had the means to go to the material plane and make a fortune from time to time. Asking for 30,000 soul prisms right off the bat, robbery was an exaggeration. This was basically draining the dragonflight dry. If she could beat Keys, given Cryphia's temper, she would have done it a long time ago. However, she had no confidence in herself. Young and powerful blue dragon, she carefully organized her words. I'm very sorry for your loss, but the dragons can't afford it, Keys said playfully. Just as I expected, the Megalosaurus army is just a bunch of useless people with a golden exterior. I'm not surprised by this, and in consideration of your identity and our friendship, I can agree to another plan. With that, Keys flipped his claw upward, and a piece of parchment shining with the brilliance of magic appeared in his palm. When he sent a message to Namen, Keys told him to use the contract devil's ability to immediately draft an employment contract. In this contract, it was agreed that the Dragonflight could use the method of working for Keys to obtain a soul prism that matched their abilities. However, before they paid off their debts, Keys did not need to pay this additional employment fee. He only needed to deduct it from their debts. Although the main meaning was very simple, with the contract devil's ability, there were tens of thousands of supplementary clauses added to this contract. The densely packed infernal characters, which were the size of a needle tip, covered every corner of the parchment, making people dizzy. Cryphia braced herself and tried hard to record this contract word by word in her mind, scrutinizing it little by little. She was afraid that there was some trap hidden in it. Don't worry, there's no problem with this contract. It won't take too long for the combat operations after this to be completed. Besides, even if you don't trust yourself and me, you have to know that I don't dare to disobey the majesty of the Dragon Queen. When he spoke, Keyes used his psionic ability to make his words sound more reasonable and easier to accept. Cryphia, who was originally hesitant, suddenly felt a little moved because she had the advantage of fulfilling this contract. It was written clearly that the total amount owed would be apportioned to every megalosaurus in the dragon flight, calculated according to the number. The amount of labor fees that would be used to repay the debt, which was equivalent to the labor fees that Keyes would have to pay, would be divided according to the strength of the megalosaurus. The more powerful a megalosaurus was, the more advantageous it would be. Take Cryphia as an example. According to the labor fees on the contract, she would only have to work for Keyes for 3 months at most before she could regain her freedom. As for the weaker white dragons who had just reached adulthood, they might have to work for Keyes for at least 10 years before they could pay off their debts. The strong would win, and the swift would win. The law of the jungle was the eternal theme of the multiverse. Cryphia had no objections to this. Moreover, she had her own confidence. Although the current Acid Fog Canyon plane was in trouble, the Hell of Bator had probably already learned that there was a problem here. Moreover, the Dragon Queen would definitely not give up halfway against the worm tyrant who wanted to become a god and coveted the dragon divine domain. Perhaps at this moment, the evil Dragon Council in Avernus had already begun to take action, and a new expeditionary army was already on the way. As long as the connection to the Acid Fog Canyon was re-established, Cryphia would be able to establish a connection with the Dragon Queen once more, and she would no longer be afraid of Keyes. After all, she was still a third-generation god with a good background. When that time came, Keyes would definitely not dare to disobey the Dragon Queen's will. The so-called debt would most likely be written off. Cryphia even felt that she could talk to Keyes about the labor arbitration. However, she could not show it now, so signing this contract for the time being was actually more in line with her interests. I agree. I can sign this labor contract, but I will help you persuade the other megalosaurus. Isn't that? It will also be converted into labor fees and used to offset your debt. You can rest assured about this. Keyes knew what Cryphia wanted to say, so he directly interrupted her and straightforwardly expressed that he agreed with her request. The changes in the Order faction were mostly from the top down. After settling the current leader of the Dragonflight, all the megalosaurus soon came over one after another and branded their own secret imprints on the contract. After all the megalosaurus had signed the contract, Keyes did not arrange for them to be stationed in the new boom town. Instead, he immediately gave the latest order. How could he not know that time was tight? The reason why he forced the Dragonflight to sign the contract was actually because Keyes already had his own plans in mind. You are now the Megalosaurus army in name, but after the death of the Hellfire Tyrant, many Megalosaurus actually left on their own. Now, your mission is here. I will mark out the location of the other Megalosaurus for you. Go and find them. Regardless of whether it is through threats, beatings, or intimidation, I only have one request, and that is to revive the Megalosaurus army within the stipulated time, according to the requirements of the contract. If you can't complete the mission on time, not only will you not be paid for your labor, but your debt will also increase. You understand? Now take action. The deafening roar hit the eardrums of every Megalosaurus in the Dragonflight. Many Megalosaurus were so frightened that their scales stood up slightly. Chapter 5:21. The old red dragon covered in scales stepped on the rocky ground of the cave and walked into the inner chamber. The circular cave was spacious. Hot lava flowed in the center, and crystal clusters sparkled on the walls. Thick and sharp stalactites hung upside down from the top of the cave like rows of swords of destruction. There were also unusually sharp stalagmites on the ground, as if waiting for prey to walk on them, so that they could pierce through their bodies. In fact, someone had indeed met with misfortune here. The megalosaurus bared its fangs and looked down at the tiny figure below. The creature's chest had long been pierced by sharp stones, but it was still struggling. The plate armor on its body had become tattered. It should have had a pair of wings, but now they had been torn off, leaving only a bloody back. The armor fragments wrapped around its strangely shaped body. There were 2 long horns on its head that resembled a bull's, and its face was shaped like a yak's. Its face was dark red, and it had a wide mouth with sharp teeth. Bloody foam dripped down from the corner of its mouth, and there were crisscrossing wounds on its body. Other than being pierced, it was also chained to the ground by a thick iron chain. The iron chain was tight, fixing the half-demon minotaur to the stalagmite. It maintained its posture with its limbs stretched downwards, as a captured prey. Its mouth would move a few times from time to time, as if it was roaring angrily, but it could not make a sound. But even so, it did not give up resisting. Seeing the red dragon gradually approaching, it struggled even harder. The megalosaurus looked down at its prey, then blinked. There was an ear-piercing cursing in the inner chamber. "You will bleed everywhere. Your dragon skin will be made into a cloak, your body will be fed to the inferior demons, and your soul will be imprisoned for others to humiliate for pleasure. You," the megalosaurus blinked again and softly chanted 2 lines of dragon incantation, making the half-demon minotaur quiet down. But even if it could not make a sound, this stubborn prey was still cursing and cursing as much as it could, until the old red dragon could not take it anymore. Thus, the megalosaurus released its flame breath and engulfed it with flames, causing it to suffer a new round of painful torture. "You're still so rude. The one standing in front of you is..." Although the dragon fire gave the half-demon Taran more pain, it also removed the silence spell on him. "You're just a lowly reptile. Lord Buffett will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I promise." Hearing the name Buffett, the red dragon seemed to realize something, and his brows began to furrow. Then he raised a dragon claw with his palm facing up and concentrated. Suddenly, a dazzling flame burst forth. Like a spirit snake, the flame drilled into the half-demon minotaur's wide mouth and into his organs. He opened his mouth and let out a soundless howl. Blood-red tears fell from his terrifying eyes. The half-demon minotaur slapped the rock crazily with its tail. It used all its strength to break free from the chains and shackles. But in the end, even if the flesh on his wrists and ankles had been worn out, he was still unable to escape. Then, the skin of the half-demon minotaur began to wither, falling from the still, twisted body and deformed cheeks. His eyes sunk in, his tail curled into a ball, and only a thin layer of fascia was left on his body. Below, that was a white skeleton. Finally, the white bones could not withstand it and scattered into pieces. The chin fell loosely, and the ribs were broken. The smoldering flames in his body were finally extinguished. The red dragon stretched out his claw and gently touched the remaining skull, turning it into dust. "Sorry you scared me." The old red dragon snorted, and hot steam spurted out from his nostrils, blowing the dregs and dust to the corner of the inner room. After doing this, he turned around and began to walk to the top platform of the hiding place. It was time to leave. This place was actually an abandoned Fort Bator. Before the red dragon occupied this place, for some reason, the owners who used to live in this fort had disappeared. From the old red dragon's perspective, the buildings here were actually very good. The space was large enough, and many natural rocks were used. The builders built the fort on the edge of the cliff, overlooking a brownish-green lake, with whirlpools surging on the lake. There were hundreds of thick, load-bearing steel bars, like vines entwined together, providing support for the entire fort. Then, the Bathor craftsmen piled up bricks around the load-bearing steel bars, forming the main structure of the building. The interior of the fort completely imitated a natural cave, with rocks, crystal clusters, and even a lava river dug out. It was a pity that the demonic fortress, which had been carefully managed, had experienced 2 devastating tides of worms in a row. After the tyrant worm appeared, the fort was quickly conquered, and the demons were also drowned by the tide of worms, becoming food for the worms. That was why the old red dragon was able to claim this place as his own and stay there for more than a month. But today, the beautiful life he liked finally came to an end, and the cause was the arrival of the half-demon Minotaur. Buffett was already tired of arguing with Stim. The dwarf god's strategy of waiting at ease was not to his liking. The Minotaur king sent out the scouts of his army and began to search for Kiza's traces, wanting to take the initiative to launch a counterattack for revenge. Coincidentally, a half-demon Minotaur wandered near this fort, which led to the scene of the interrogation above. The old red dragon had a very deep impression of Buffett. In fact, the events of that day still made his heart palpitate. That was the day when the Megalosaurus army was destroyed, and the powerful Hellfire Tyrant was severely injured by Buffett's incarnation. After that, the Hellfire Tyrant did not appear in the Acid Fog Canyon plain again, and the old red dragon thought that the senior had most likely fallen into eternal sleep. So, after hearing the news from the half-demon Minotaur and silencing him, he did not want to stay here for a moment longer. The old red dragon climbed to the top of this fort. There was an open platform above, which was very suitable for the Megalosaurus to take off. Gently exhaling, he repeated the actions that he had done countless times before, spreading his wings, straightening his tail, bending his hind legs slightly to gather strength. Suddenly, a subtle but sharp sound appeared in his ears, and his eyes suddenly widened. The signal for the Megalosaurus army to assemble. It's the little female dragon, Cryphia. She's using her dragon roar to order the Megalosaurus to regroup. Those who disobey will be regarded as traitors and punished severely. P.S. Words below are not counted in the word count. Created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. Currently, there is an outline of the form of the comic, part of it, an introduction of the Easter egg, related historical knowledge of the content, and the author's daily life are all being released in the group. Readers who want to see more behind the scenes of the creation, please join in. Chapter 522, Acid Fog Canyon. In front of the gate of New Boom Town, the blood-armored demon garrison captain smiled brightly. He felt that he had to remember this day and hold a celebration every year. He had just chased away a demon lord, and the demon lord did not dare to make a sound. He just turned around and left. That's right, Graz ZT was rejected. After dealing with the Abyssal Dragon General and the dragons, Keys announced that everyone should return to Traction City immediately. They had to hurry. As for the Dark Prince's clone, he had intended to take a free ride with the crowd, but he ran into a ticket inspector instead. The blood-armored demon garrison captain, who strictly followed Keys's orders, stopped Six-Finger righteously and said bluntly, members of New Boom Town are not members of New Boom Town. Unless you take the initiative to go to the labor camp for a month of dedication, you are not allowed to enter Traction City. Graz ZT was, of course, very dissatisfied, but Keys had just revealed his powerful true form, so he could only swallow his dissatisfaction back into his stomach. P.S. Below is not counted in the word count. Created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join the discussion. Currently, I have a partial outline of my own comic format, an introduction to the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights should join the discussion. Otherwise, with his clone that was not good at fighting, it would be very easy for him to be embarrassed if he forced himself to save face. Therefore, when the chimney of Traction City emitted green smoke and the tracks began to move, he could only follow behind New Boom Town silently. Damn it! The Dark Prince cursed secretly. I'll endure this for now. He has already tricked me twice in a row. There won't be a third time. However, he did not realize how laughable his thoughts were. After all, everyone knew that Graz-ZT was the representative of the multiverse who believed in the theory of everything is three. Therefore, it was not surprising that he would be tricked again. The small farce in front of the town's gate soon reached the ears of all the demon guards. They were all eagerly discussing the demon lord's predicament and envious of the blood-armored demon garrison captain's opportunity. Unlike the small fries, Keyes did not have the time to care about those trivial matters after Traction City was activated. He immediately gathered his companions and introduced them to Puu, the half-goat, and Shay, the wondrous craftsman. Then he announced his plans for the next phase. According to the news sent by the diplomat, the tide of worms has broken out 6 to 7 times. The commanders of the Bartow Expeditionary Army, who were fighting for themselves, have suffered a great loss. The demons, as well as the hidden dwarf god, seem to want to use a blunt knife to cut flesh and gradually erode the strength of the Bartow Expeditionary Army. We can't sit by and do nothing, because they definitely won't let go of New Boom Town. Hearing these words, Brock and Snade were the ones who felt it the most. One of them was the great warrior of the Desert Elf tribe in the Ashen World, honed on the battlefield all year round. The other was born as a drow and was naturally familiar with all kinds of plots and machinations. Without lips, the teeth will feel cold, Brock said a Desert Elf proverb, and the steampunk half-lich beside him immediately understood. He then added, whenever faced with a crisis, the races of the evil camp have a bad habit. They will gloat and feel happy for others' misfortune. This is a kind of wishful thinking. When it's their turn, they will regret their previous numbness. Keyes nodded. I'm not lucky. According to the latest information, Buffett, whose avatar I killed before, has returned to the Acid Fog Canyon. Together with the Tyrant Worm, now at least 2 demon lords will come to seek revenge. Although he said so, Keyes actually added 2 names to the list of those who wanted to deal with him, Graz-ZT and Stim. Their current attitude was ambiguous, but it did not mean that there was no threat. In addition, at this time, the situation of the Acid Fog Canyon being sealed should have been transmitted to the 9 prisons of Bader. Keyes was a little worried that the big shots of the Pentashade Dragon Queen, the Evil Dragon Council, and the 9 prisons of Bader would take some drastic actions to the extent that they would endanger him. It should be known that when the demons took action, they would only look at the results and not the process. In the past, in order to reverse the situation of the bloody battle and eliminate more demons, the higher-ups of the Batsu personally destroyed an entire plane, burying the entire Batsu Legion. This was the real reason why Keyes wanted to sign a contract with Kryphia after seeing her. Through the contract, he could establish a temporary connection with the god's 3rd generation. If she left the Acid Fog Canyon, Keyes could also be informed immediately. So, now we should take the initiative to attack and use force to subdue the scattered Batsu Legion. Only by gathering power can we clench our fists. At the same time, we can only use this power in the final war. Looking at all his companions, Keyes finally announced, in order not to waste the war potential of the Expeditionary Army, I plan to take action immediately and flatten all the Batsu forts. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. After hearing Keyes' decision, the brawny Ogre Neru was the first to break into a wide grin and asked with a smile, So, there's a war to fight. I guarantee you a good fight. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. After deciding on the plan, they, who were in charge of various affairs in New Boom Town, immediately left and went their separate ways to busy themselves. Everyone had a lot of things to arrange. As for the newly joined Puwu and Shay, they also had their own goals to follow. The half-goat and the ogre witch doctor quickly got along well and left together after the meeting. Shay followed Keys, and the two of them walked to the engine room in the center of Traction City. This is truly a wonderful masterpiece, Shay praised. However, the target of his praise was not the engine of Traction City, but the hammer in Keys' hands. Previously, because they had been transported through the quantum tunnel too suddenly, most of Keys' equipment was left in New Boom Town. The omnipotent tool, the small hammer, was no exception. It was overjoyed when Keys picked it up again after a few days. When it transformed into various repair tools, it worked hard to add a lot of accessories to the tools as if to show off its skills. For example, Keys needed a vise, and Hammer would transform into a hydraulic vise after receiving the command to transform. Another example was that Quest needed a screwdriver. He thought about it for a while, and in the end, he turned it into an automatic screwdriver. As a survivor of the Wonder Craftsman, how could Shay not be happy when he saw such a tool? He even wanted to buy it from Keys. However, considering the other party's race and the agreement between him and Keys, he only borrowed it occasionally to satisfy his cravings. With the help of Hammer, the modification of this engine will be completed quickly. Under the same energy consumption, the power can be increased by 50%. Keys nodded and handed Hammer to Shay. I'll lend it to you for a few days. Be sure to be faster. After that, he turned and left as he had other things to arrange. Hammer returned to normal in an instant when it was in Shay's hands. From a shiny universal tool, it turned into a pitch-black, square hammer in the blink of an eye. He was too lazy to make any changes. Chapter 5:23. Rumble. Following the principle of making the best use of everything, Keys spent a large amount of money again, exchanging for many materials from Stim's exchange list. With Shay's ancestral technique, these materials were all made into modular weapons and installed on Traction City. The loud noise just now came from Traction City, which was equipped with a spiral ram crashing through the walls of Bator Fortress. The owner of the stronghold, a pit fiend general, could only watch helplessly as the enormous Traction City crushed his defenses. Why was he watching? They had launched many counterattacks against New Boom Town, but they were unable to stop it from advancing. Neither the Meteor Burst spell nor the Hell Scream could break through the armor installed on Traction City. Although the armor would explode upon being hit, the recoil from the explosion negated the damage caused by the attacks. Unless the cannoneers under the Pit Fiend were all godly archers who could hit the same piece of armor every time, their attacks wouldn't even be able to break through the bricks of New Boom Town's walls. As for using the traditional battle tactics of the lower realms, sending troops to use teleportation spells to launch a sneak attack on Vexing Heat Town, the Pit Fiend didn't dare to do so. It wasn't that the Pit Fiend hadn't thought about it before, but the imposing, blood-armored fiends standing atop the city walls made him give up on the idea. Even if he didn't care about the lives of his subordinates, he would still consider the possibility of success. Barbed Fiend was scared out of his wits. How could he be a match for the blood-armored demons? Moreover, there were many centaurs on top of the walls supervising the battle. Where did this big boss come from? The Pit Fiend was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. Since he has such a huge army, his individual strength is probably not something I can compare to. I might as well surrender first. Therefore, the Pit Fiend decisively ordered his subordinates to stop resisting and gather in the square in the center of the fortress. He took the general flag that Stim had given him and stood on top of the crumbling walls, raising his hands to show his intention of surrendering to Keyes. Looking at the spiritual spell visual projection before him, Keyes nodded and said, "Allow his loyalty. The first one to surrender will be a good example." As the order was passed down, the pit fiend general entered the meeting room, handing over the flag and the devil's true name. Just like every fortress before, the new boom town arrived above the fortress as an 8-clawed spider, again, sending all the resources that needed to be collected into the intestine of the city. The small construct creatures, modified by Shay, ran out one after another. They assisted the laborers to deliver all kinds of resources to every factory quickly, greatly increasing the digestion efficiency of the intestine of the city. After about 2 or 3 hourglasses, the engine of the new boom town started again and drove toward the next target. The tracks creaked as they turned, and the smoke drifted back from the sky above the town, leaving only the deep gullies on the ground. The tide of worms that Stim had designed made all the Bartow commanders rush to the center of the circle as if they were running against the blue circle. Due to the nature of the demons, the Barzu commanders of the same rank had the same composition of their troops. Not only were their combat strengths similar, but their efficiency was also the same. Therefore, if one were to draw a map of their bases, they would form concentric circles with the center of the circle, the broken canyon, at the center, which looked very interesting. Before Keyes gave the order to flatten the area, the chief diplomat of the new boom town, Naaman, who had the same ability as the contract fiends, but was a true Leviathan, had provided a detailed map for his creator. In the past few days, Naaman had visited all the commanders of the Bartow Expeditionary Legion on the Ghost Face fish airship. With his unparalleled eloquence, Naaman had obtained a lot of useful information and secrets. Based on this information, Keyes had drawn up the specific route of the flatten instead of wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly. The pit fiend general had already surrendered. Considering the fact that the next target had a serious grudge with him, there was no need to accept his surrender. Keyes and the new boom town would not accept someone who could pose a threat to them. It's like plowing a courtyard and sweeping through a cave. This time, we have to sweep through the entire acid fog canyon in one fell swoop. We can't leave any variables behind. After reviewing the reports from the various factories and smelting workshops, Keyes had a clear understanding of the current situation of the resources in the new boom town. He picked up the battle summary of the mortal mercenaries that Brock had completed with Snade's help and began to read it quietly. The Barus citadel crushed through the cracked surface of the acid fog canyon. It was impossible for this colossus to not be discovered. Every time he arrived at Fort Bator, the devil guards of the fort would have already assembled and were quietly waiting for the arrival of a great battle. After subduing the pit fiend general, Keyes' new target was a fortress controlled by Kiru. Kiru and the pit fiend general had an irreconcilable conflict, something to do with the humiliation of being demoted. Kiru were also known as ice fiends. They looked like insects that walked upright, with for claw-like limbs, a strong insect jaw, and a long tail that was filled with razor-sharp spikes. Most of the time, they were like centaurs seen as reserve troops for the pit fiends. The pit fiend general that had surrendered to Keyes was Kiru's former superior. Due to a failure in a mission, the pit fiend general had stripped Kiru of his honor and demoted him before throwing him into the Blood War Daring Battalion. However, no one had expected him to actually survive, finally using his own efforts to return to being a Kiru. Due to his experience in the Daring Battalion, he was no longer under the command of the pit fiend general. Since then, he had been constantly looking for an opportunity to take revenge on the pit fiend. Of course, for a Kiru to dare pick a fight with a pit fiend with his strength, he had his own confidence. Otherwise, How could he not have been destroyed by the pit fiends after so many years? The pit fiend, kneeling in front of Keys, lowered his head as he nervously explained, "That fellow is a complete madman. Other Kirus find a mortal's heart and seal it in their bodies, but he actually dared to seal a drop of Zeus Kerr's blood." Chapter 524. Sealed in the chest of every Kiru was a heart stolen from a mortal, allowing these greater devils to make decisions without being affected by their emotions. However, the Kiru that was the enemy of the pit fiend general was clearly even crazier. In pursuit of power and revenge, he didn't care about his own death. He used a drop of Zeus Kerr's blood to replace the mortal heart he originally needed, sealing it in his chest. This Kiru had actually managed to survive and obtained great power. After all, Zeus Kerr was a divine abomination, an unforeseen product of divine power that shouldn't have existed. They were either descendants of gods who had died young, absorbing power from the twisted pain of their parents, or they were failed creations created by gods, and mortals as well, through divine power. There were countless types of divine abominations. They were cursed by heaven, hell, and even the bottomless abyss. Most of them were firmly sealed by the gods the moment they were born. However, with the passage of time, there were times when divine abominations would be accidentally released or break free of their cages. Normally, divine abominations that escaped would hide in a material plane. Due to their twisted nature, they would plan and carry out great terror that could endanger the entire world, taking pleasure in it. As most divine abominations ignited the spark of divinity, they couldn't be easily killed. Even if a god wanted to correct their mistakes, they would have to pay a price that they couldn't bear. Hence, when a divine abomination descended upon a material plane, the gods or powerful legendary wizards of that world would rarely think of ways to kill it. Instead, they would do their best to drive it away or seal it away. Divine abominations had their own ways of contending against them. If the material plane was very interesting and attractive to the divine abomination, they would strip themselves of their essence and form divine abomination's blood, randomly hiding it in a corner of that world. Afterwards, even if the divine abomination was driven away or sealed away, it would still have the chance to return to that world. The hidden divine abomination's blood was like a beacon, guiding the divine abomination's direction. The Kiru had coincidentally found a drop of Zeus Kerr's blood when conquering a material plane. As Zeus Kerr was a divine abomination born from a god with a domain of frost and ice, it was compatible with the Kiru. That was why he had decisively sealed it in his chest to increase his own strength. Madness is hidden within reason, Keys thought to himself after hearing the pit fiend's account. Truly a ruthless character. Long before subduing the pit fiend general, the young blue dragon had received a report from Kryphia. She said that a white dragon had led a few strong white dragons to reject the recruitment of the Megalosaurus army. When she'd led the dragons to punish them, she discovered that the white dragons were serving a general. When she'd approached the fort, she'd sensed some obscure divinity. After all, she's, S's, SSSSS, SSSS. However, she'd never thought that the master of Fort Bator would have such a terrifying treasure as the divine abomination's blood. This is a hidden danger. Keys pondered, his interest in the divine abomination's blood peaked, but it's also an opportunity. However, he wasn't planning on using his active adaptation ability. The risk of absorbing the divine abomination's blood wasn't proportional to the benefits. Keys was thinking of another way to use the divine abomination's blood. Worm Lord, Minotaur King, Pygmy God, I wonder if you'll mind if I give you a big gift? Just as Keys was pondering, New Boom Town gradually approached the Kiru's fort. Seeing such a huge creature approaching, the enemy's patrol team didn't hesitate at all, turning to flee in the direction of the fort. Keyes walked to the balcony of the audience room. This was the highest point in New Boom Town, and he could easily observe the scenery outside the city. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, he turned to ask the kneeling pit fiend general, "How should I address that fellow? It's a little rude not to know the master's name. He's called Fells, his real name. When I sent him to the death camp, I automatically lost control of it." The pit fiend's head drooped even lower. "His nickname is Frostbloodstorm." Keyes nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile as he spoke slowly in a casual tone. "We're old acquaintances. Why don't you go and greet him first? This subordinate will definitely not be rude. Rest assured, my lord." The pit fiend raised his head as he spoke, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Because it had sealed Zeus Kerr's blood, the Kiru devil was constantly emitting a cold aura to the surroundings. Wherever he was, even if there was a super-efficient refrigerator installed, the environment would be greatly affected. The ground beneath Traction City was covered in a layer of ice that was 2 to 3 feet thick. Huge tracks would creak as they moved. To prevent the tracks from slipping, Shea, who was in charge of maintaining the machinery, had temporarily added 2 ice wheels to Traction City. Like a huge wheel saw, it descended from the back of Traction City and touched the frozen ground. Driven by gears and chains, the wheel spun quickly, its sharp teeth scraping against the ice. Not only did it increase its stability, it also provided additional support for Traction City. Hordes of barb fiends brought along even more imps and laborers as they busied themselves in New Boom Town. They inspected every mechanical component and applied anti-freezing ointment. As the person Keyes had personally chosen to greet, the pit fiend general immediately spread his wings and rose into the sky after receiving the order. The hot air from his nostrils and mouth formed a white mist that was several feet long. Hellfire rain. As the pit fiends could only use meteor burst once a day, and he'd already used it once before, he could only use another method to greet. Following the activation of his spell-like ability, the skies of Acid Fog Canyon turned red in an instant, as if it had been scorched by fire. Sporadic flames began to gush out from the clouds and slowly fell towards the Kairu Demon Fort. Moreover, it seemed to be growing more and more intense. Because he didn't want to be rude, the pit fiend general had cast the spell with the greatest amplitude he could achieve for a short period of time. The skies of Acid Fog Canyon seemed to turn into Avernus, where rain of fire would pour down. The blazing flames with the smell of sulfur were like a torrential downpour, falling straight towards the Kiru stronghold. The buildings made of solid ice immediately became full of holes. Chapter 5:25. To be honest, the devil guards of Kurumo's stronghold didn't feel any fear in the face of hellfire rain. On the contrary, they felt a sense of familiarity. Batsa Devil didn't fear fire damage. Apart from a few special flames, the rest only made them feel warm and comfortable. That's right, warm and comfortable. Although it wasn't a problem for them to survive in an extremely cold environment with their strong physique, few devils truly liked it. Kirumo devils, especially Felt, who had sealed a drop of Batsa's blood, were an exception to the rule of the Batsa devil race. He loved the cold. The biting cold wind made his mind sharper, while the solid ice made him feel powerful and at ease. Therefore, when the stronghold made of solid ice became full of holes after being hit by hellfire rain, his anger burst forth instantly. In the core area of the stronghold, the bone-piercing cold caused the devil guards on duty to shiver. However, they didn't dare speak out despite their anger. Holding a spear made of Kania's ice, this commander Kurumo devil used a high-level teleportation and immediately arrived at the top of the stronghold. Ice Dome. As he waved the ice spear in his hand, the air above the stronghold gradually froze, forming a hemispherical dome of ice. Flames landed on the dome of ice and sizzled. In an instant, steam rose, as if covering the stronghold with a hazy veil. Immediately afterwards, Frost's bloodstorm pointed at Traction City that was sailing towards the stronghold from afar. He used his strong insect jaw to chant an incantation. Ice Comet! 3 ice crystal seeds suddenly formed in the atmosphere of the acid fog canyon. Guided by the spell, they rapidly fell. As they fell, the ice crystal seeds condensed even more water vapor, causing their volume to slowly increase. By the time they appeared above Traction City, the 3 ice comets were close to 10 feet in diameter, exceeding the height of 2 humans combined. Due to the effects of gravity, the ice comets had terrifying kinetic energy. They would instantly explode upon collision, turning into sharp ice shards that would shoot in all directions, tearing apart the flesh of the enemy. 3 of these ice comets formed a line, their target being the top of the tower where Keyes was in the audience room. Not bad. Its power is comparable to meteor burst. Standing on the balcony, Keyes looked at the incoming ice comet and nodded. However, Keyes remained where he was. Traction City had anti-air defenses, and he was not in a position to intervene in such a small matter. When the ice comet appeared, Fury cannons immediately locked onto it. These ballistic cannons were all provided by Shea, and they were usually hidden in the shadows of the top of the Traction City. They would only be activated when there was an air raid fulfilling their mission. They were powered by spells and automatically aimed at the incoming spells, creatures, or summons. Different crossbow bolts could be used to target different targets to maximize the interception effect. For example, when intercepting the ice comet, when the automatic ballista identified the target, it immediately replaced the bolts with impact oil. After locking onto the target, it also added guidance spell before firing. Dozens of ballistic cannons aimed and fired at the same time. All the arrows were aimed at the 3 ice comets, and the number of arrows was roughly the same for each of them. The arrows, as thick as an arm, were like a dense swarm of bees as they flew towards the ice comets with a hum, hitting their targets with unerring accuracy. Bang, bang, bang! Explosions rang out one after another. When the arrows with impact oil hit the ice comets, they would immediately expand and explode from the impact. It was like fireworks, and the 3 ice comets exploded in the air. Thousands of sparkling ice crystals shot out in all directions. It looked beautiful, but danger lurked everywhere. Every ice crystal was like a sharp dagger. Fortunately, the guards and citizens of Traction City had already taken shelter in the buildings. Thus, apart from a few damaged outer walls, there were no casualties. Be sincere in your greetings. Keyes' words suddenly rang in the ears of the pit fiend general, causing him to shudder for no reason. He thought for a moment and gritted his teeth, using a spell to send a message to his 2 subordinates. Come to my side, now. Receiving the order from their superior, the 2 centaurs glanced at each other and immediately used a greater teleportation spell to rush to their superior's side. Today is your lucky day. Keep your spirits up and greet that Kira demon with all your heart. Saying this, the pit fiend general's hands lit up with flames. He reached out and grabbed the 2 centaurs. Devil molding. 2 balls of fire instantly entered the 2 centaurs' bodies with the life essence of the pit fiend general. Blood gushed out from their pores, condensing into 2 blood cocoons. Roughly a minute later, the 2 blood cocoons broke apart at the same time. 2 young pit fiends were born into the world at this moment. In order to evolve into a unique pit fiend, the pit fiend general had accumulated a long time ago. He had just used up a quarter of his strength. If not for Keyes forcing him, he would never have chosen to use devil molding to forcefully help his subordinates advance. Do you have any objections to my words? Due to the exhaustion of his strength, the pit fiend general panted heavily as he berated the two youths of his race. "Of course not, my lord. How would I dare go against my lord's orders?" Their heads shook like rattles, the two young pit fiends first expressing their loyalty before starting to work hard. Meteor burst! Meteor burst! They used the most shocking greeting method. They directly used their spell-like abilities to summon Meteor Burst and blasted it at the Kairu Demon Fortress under their feet. Moreover, it was a giveaway. Felt's compound eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Since when had the Pit Fiend General become so generous? He was actually willing to use devil molding on his subordinates and to promote them to Pit Fiends at that. Moreover, he was promoting two centaurs at once. Gather outside the stronghold. Of course, he wasn't blinded by jealousy. Seeing the two meteor bursts heading towards the icy stronghold, he immediately ordered all his subordinates to retreat. However, his order wasn't to all retreat, but to gather outside the stronghold. Having promoted two centaurs at the same time, Felt didn't believe that the Pit Fiend General hadn't suffered any losses. Now was the best time for him to take revenge. As for the two young Pit Fiends, he really didn't care about them at all. In fact, after sealing Zeus Kerr's blood, Felt's strength was far greater than before. Pit Fiends that had advanced through devil molding could only be considered the weakest of the Pit Fiends. As long as Felt was willing to pay a price and borrow more strength from Zeus Kerr, he really did have a chance of killing these three Pit Fiends. Chapter 5:26. Other than borrowing the power of Zeus Kerr, Felt Frostbloodstorm actually had some other trump cards. In his army, there were 5 or 6 white dragons, over 100 frost giant warriors, and 30 ice golems. If used properly, this power could even be used to conquer a mortal kingdom without causing too much damage. Therefore, even though Filt was chased out of Frostblood Fortress by the meteor storm, he did not choose to retreat immediately. Extreme Frost Snow region. His pair of insect claw-like arms waved, drawing a series of abstruse trajectories. Then, he began to chant an incantation. As he chanted, which sounded like the gnawing of insects, mixed with a clear creaking sound, the biting cold wind began to blow in all directions. The storm carried snowflakes that condensed out of thin air. It was as if it wanted to fill up the entire world, completely burying and freezing everything. Soil, air, gravel. Everything was covered in a layer of frost and snow, and it was still getting thicker and deeper. Due to the characteristics of the acid fog canyon, the condensed snowflakes were not of the normal white color. Instead, they had a touch of a demonic color. Blood-red patterns extended from Filt's chest to his limbs. In order to strengthen the spell, he borrowed the power of Zeus Kerr. "Let me in and freeze everything. Now is not the time." Zeus Kerr's voice suddenly sounded in Kiru's heart. This devil instinctively rejected the abomination of Frost's suggestion. Silence. It was as if everything was still. The abomination stopped its temptation. However, not only did it not stop helping Filt, it even gave him more power. As long as the frost and snow continued, he still had a chance. When Kiru was unable to control the blizzard, Zeus Kerr would be able to descend on his own. It would not be too late to settle the score with him then. As the blizzard continued, a thick blanket of snow appeared on the path of the traction fortress. The tracks would sink into it if they pressed on it. This moving fortress had to stop temporarily to deal with the various mechanical problems caused by the cold wind and snow. After completing the entire spellcasting process, Felt Ice Storm leaned on the Carnia Ice Spear and panted heavily. Even with Zeus Kerr's help, he was still very tired after hastily releasing a legendary-level spell. "Attack and occupy that fortress. My soldiers go fight, go plunder, and send cold death to your opponents. Phil roared loudly. He pointed at the traction fortress in the distance and ordered his troops to attack. The soldiers of the Batsu people were still fine. Most of them were shivering from the cold and did not feel too excited. However, the frost giants were happy to endure the cold. As giants who lived with ice and snow, they had blue skin like glaciers. Their hair and beards were either light white or light blue, with frost and icicles mixed within. The cold only made Froststorm. Their spirits were high. In particular, when they heard words like battle and plunder, these brutal warriors instantly roared in excitement. Froststorm, Froststorm. Froststorm, Frostwind Fortress. Froststorm, Froststorm. Froststorm, Froststorm, Froststorm. Froststorm, Froststorm. They wore armor sewn from shields, which clanked as they ran. Their feet were thick and wide, so that they wouldn't sink into the snow or slip. They carried huge axes in their hands and grappling ropes around their waists. Kairu's subordinate, the Batsu Devil, followed closely behind, craftily using the frost giants as the vanguard and as a protective barrier. Fels did not follow behind the army. The 30 ice demon statues surrounded and protected him. They were on guard against their opponents in the sky. After all, there were still 3 pit fiends there. Kill that Karug for me. The pit fiend general roared. Punish this traitor who doesn't follow the path of rank. Holding a long whip made of hellfire in his hand, he whipped the 2 newly promoted subordinates while giving the order. Under the pressure of their superior, the 2 young pit fiends burst into flames as well, folding their wings and diving towards the ground. Just in time. His compound eyes caught the enemy's trajectory, and Kirug's insect jaws opened wide as he gripped Kania's icy spear even tighter. Ice demon statues get into formation and receive the enemy. 5 ice demon statues obeyed the order and ran to Fel's side. They placed their arms with sharp icicles together. Asterisk bang, bang. Asterisk 2 consecutive explosions rang out as the pit fiends descended from the sky, brandishing their flaming greatswords as they smashed into the arms of the ice demon statues. Because they were supporting each other, the ice demon statues were only damaged. They weren't destroyed by the pit fiends' monstrous strength. After enduring the first wave of attacks, the ice demon statues immediately displayed their defensive and offensive techniques, launching a large-scale attack. Fels had already used a teleportation spell to leave the moment the collision occurred, leaving behind only an afterimage. The pit fiend general had wanted to use his 2 subordinates as cover to launch a sneak attack, but his blade only pierced through the air. Greater Strike Demon statue. Now that he'd exposed himself, the pit fiend general no longer concealed himself. He directly threw a special spell at the ice demon statue that was attacking him. The elemental essences that had been imprisoned within the ice demon statue appeared in his hands in an instant and were burned to nothingness by hellfire. The other 2 young pit fiends had only just advanced, so they couldn't grasp such an unorthodox technique like the general. They could only use spells like Scorching Ray to cut through the body of the ice demon statue and then attack its core. To be honest, 3 pit fiends against 30 ice demon statues was a little troublesome, but the outcome was already decided. However, how could Fels not know this? In fact, he'd already made special arrangements to trick his opponents. Roar! Just as the 2 pit fiends were about to destroy another ice demon statue, something unexpected happened. A large head suddenly emerged from the shattered body of the ice demon statue and viciously bit the 2 pit fiends. It was an old white dragon. Its teeth were tainted with poison, and as it bit down, it spat out a breath. Although the 2 young pit fiends used their greater strength to break free from the bite, they were still injured. Their bodies were covered in wounds from the dragon's teeth. Because the old white dragon's teeth had been tainted with frostbite's poison, faint red crystals of ice began to condense in their blood. Not long after, the two pit fiends died. Chapter 5:27. The pit fiend general felt his heart ache. It wasn't because of his subordinate's death, but because he'd lost his strength for nothing. "You piece of trash." Hellfire shot out from his hands, instantly engulfing the two ice golems in front of him and turning them into boiling steam. Whoosh! Using the steam as cover, Fate quietly appeared behind the pit fiend general, and Cania's icy spear shot out. However, just like how he could use illusions, this pit fiend general was also an expert at using illusions in battle. The icy spear only pierced through the air, but it wasn't easy to pull it back. It was tightly gripped in someone's hand. Command! Intimidate! Hellfire breath. The pit fiend general laughed maliciously, using a command spell on Fate before spitting out hellfire from his mouth. The flames from Nessus of the Ninth Hell were no ordinary flame attacks. They weren't something the Batsa Devil was immune to. When they came into contact with Kiru, who was in a state of intimidate, the evil flames began to invade his body without mercy. It was like pouring a basin of cold water into hot oil. With a series of crackling sounds, Fate's chest suddenly exploded. The chitin breastplate that looked like an insect's first shattered under the burning of the hellfire, then shot out. "Die, you lowly worm." At the same time, a giant sword formed from hellfire appeared in the pit fiend general's hand, and he viciously slashed it towards Fate's head. If he was hit by this natural momentum slash, Kurumo's skull would definitely be split open, and he would most likely die. "Zeke's cur, lend me your strength." Fate's insect jaw spat out blood-red ice crystals, wanting to borrow a portion of the divine abomination's strength to turn the situation around. However, before the abomination, who was far away, could agree, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his chest. Uffed! A strong palm pierced through the shell ravaged by hellfire, piercing into Fate's chest, where he'd sealed the blood of the divine abomination. He grabbed Zeus Kerr's blood with his hand and pulled it out of Kiru Demon's body. "Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since I sent someone to greet you, you naturally have to prepare something in return. This drop of blood is not bad. Thank you." With a cold smile on his face, Keys sized up the return gift in his hand. He didn't even glance at Kurumo, who was lying on the ground. Seeing the young blue dragon appear out of nowhere, the giant sword in the pit fiend general's hand dissipated. "My lord, once we're done here, we're about to set off." As if responding to Keys's words, the distant Traction City sounded its horn. That was the sound of the engine starting again. The frost giants who were rushing towards the mobile stronghold were shocked to find that the jagged gate of the stronghold was slowly opening. With the Ogre Neru as their leader, the warriors roared and charged out with an aura no weaker than the frost giants. Neru's face was brimming with a satisfied smile. Key's words have always been reliable. "I'll definitely have enough battles to fight. I won't feel bored anymore." After gathering another batch of prisoners, including 100 or so frost giants that had been knocked unconscious, as well as a few more devil guards, Traction City started moving towards its next target. After being greeted by the two meteors of the pit fiends, there was no need to gather the remaining resources in the icy stronghold. This saved them some time, as time was of the essence. Ever since they'd obtained Zeus Kerr's blood, Keys, and the Demolik Snade hadn't left the magic laboratory. They'd been conducting all sorts of experiments on the blood of the Divine Bastard. The abilities of the Divine Bastard are truly peculiar. Looking at the ball of blood on the experiment table, Keys couldn't help but sigh. Snade, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. When he'd obtained it, the young blue dragon had felt a strong connection with him. The other party had constantly tried to use words to promise him all sorts of benefits, with the goal of enticing him to listen to orders and create a suitable opportunity for him to descend. However, these so-called promises didn't have much of an enticement for Keyes. After all, with his current strength, he wouldn't be too afraid to face a weak god. At most, he wouldn't be able to defeat them, but escaping unscathed shouldn't be a problem. However, the power of a divine bastard, especially one as weak as Zeus Kerr, was at most on par with a weak god. Moreover, there was a high probability that it would be slightly weaker. However, it was able to ignore Stim's seal and extend its will into the acid fog canyon. This was what truly surprised Keyes. That was why he'd feigned civility. On one hand, he'd pretended to be bewitched by it, and on the other, he'd carefully studied the characteristics of the divine bastard. After 2 days of experiments, he'd already confirmed that Zeus Kerr had a way to transfer its will and even part of its power across planes into the blood of the divine bastard that it had separated. This laboratory that was about to be destroyed by the low temperature was the best proof. They're not gods, but they have characteristics similar to gods. Their bodies and wills are highly integrated and unified. Before Stim sealed the plane, this drop of divine bastard's blood had already arrived at the acid fog canyon along with Kiru Demon. Therefore, his will wasn't driven away. Instead, it was recognized as a local resident of the acid fog canyon along with this drop of blood. Divine bastards probably don't have the ability to create avatars. They can't project their will like gods. The so-called blood of the divine bastard is actually a half-finished avatar. As long as all of its power is transferred, this drop of divine bastard's blood will become a real divine bastard, and the original divine bastard will be transformed into the blood of the divine bastard. The descent of the divine bastard is actually a transfer of the original body. After having a general understanding of the characteristics of the divine bastard, Keyes also made a bold guess as to why Zeus Kerr hadn't descended previously. It was obvious that the divine bastard was a divine creature that was very similar to gods. However, they didn't have a clergy, so they wouldn't and couldn't fulfill the obligations that those powerful forces had to abide by. In order to rationalize their existence, the divine bastard would usually set their goals as slaughtering gods or destroying all living things. The former was the goal of the more powerful divine bastards. After they put it into practice, it was to replace them. The latter, on the other hand, was the only choice for the divine bastards that didn't have the ability to slaughter gods. They had to persevere. If they wanted to survive, they had to make their lives meaningful. However, the plane of the acid fog canyon was not a material plane. Most of the living things here were demons and devils. The souls of creatures from the lower realm, like the destruction of life, weren't very attractive to the divine bastards. This was because even if those fallen lives were killed, they would most likely be resurrected in the bottomless abyss or the 9 prisons of Bader, unless the divine bastard was willing to spend more power to completely annihilate them. However, the gains didn't make up for the losses. Chapter 5:28. Abominations were not ancient evil creatures. They were the creations of the gods. Although they did not have divinity or priesthood, they still ignited the spark of divinity and had to abide by the rules of the multiverse. To survive, the gods had to fulfill the obligations of their priesthood because that was the important meaning of their existence. Their actions had to conform to their priesthood, and they had to achieve the maximum effect of their priesthood with the smallest cost. Abominations were similar. When they chose to prove the meaning of their existence, they also had to consider the ratio of investment and output. Creatures of the Nirvana underworld, under the situation of investing the same amount of energy, would be far less than the Nirvana underworld. That was why Zeus Kerr did not forcibly enter the acid fog canyon through the connection of the abomination's blood to prove himself. It was not that he could not do it, but the acid fog canyon was not very tempting to him for the time being. It was just a battlefield for the demons. If I sense that there are enough mortals, and they are the kind with strong vitality, will it attract the abominations? Keyes pondered. In his mind, a somewhat crazy idea gradually took shape, and the details of the operation were quickly perfected. In the vast acid fog canyon, if one were to talk about the number of lower world creatures, it would definitely be the otherworldly mercenaries under Kitha's command. However, the young blue dragon had no intention of sacrificing them, at least not for the time being, because he had other options. Kryphia had gathered the Megalosaurus army and found out an important piece of information, and it was basically consistent with what Graz-ZT had said before. The Tauran king had made a comeback this time and did not seem to be leading an army of demons. Instead, he had brought many half-demon Taurans. In theory, half-demons or half-purgatory creatures could not be considered as pure demons of the underworld. Although they had similar abilities and temperaments, their bodies and souls were not fused as one like real evil demons. If they were killed, the souls of the half-demon Taurans would most likely enter the kingdom of Buffett, just like the mortals with faith. Zeus Kerr should have a lot of interest in destroying such creatures, and he might be able to lure them to successfully descend. I still need to experiment first. After suffering a great loss last time, Buffett probably won't come alone to provoke me again. He's made up his mind. As long as I encounter a half-demon minotaur, I'll immediately capture it and sacrifice it to see how the abomination reacts. Having thought this through, the young blue dragon looked at the blood of the bastard god on the experiment table in front of him with a smile. You'll definitely enjoy a delicious feast, and there will be desserts before the meal. You won't be disappointed. That's what I said. Then Keyes looked at Sneyd, who was next to him. The two looked at each other and began to prepare to cast spells together. After all, the abomination's blood was a very dangerous item. Now that it was in Traction City, he had to have a backup plan. Mysterious incantations were chanted by the two powerful spellcasters, and the temperature in the cold laboratory suddenly rose. The ice shell on the experiment table began to melt, for holes opened at the four corners of the table, and 4 chains shot out from them. Shadow cage, phase anchor. The 4 chains intertwined and wrapped around the abomination's blood, putting a layer of shackles on it. These chains were the spoils of war that Keyes had obtained previously. They were attached to the chained demon general who wanted to evolve into an evil demon. They had the ability to communicate with the shadow plane. Although this ability was restricted in the current acid fog canyon, it wasn't too much of a problem to link with the shadows of objects. If Zeus Kerr's blood suddenly erupted, the most troublesome threat would be the severe cold around him that could freeze everything. Ordinary mortals couldn't resist it. Even if he didn't initiate an attack, the severe cold that he involuntarily emitted could freeze a mortal into a block of ice within a few breaths. However, with this shackle, when the ice abomination suddenly erupted, its influence would first be transferred to the shadows outside Traction City. Although this was only a temporary measure that could at most transfer the center of the ice from inside the city to outside the city, this distance couldn't be underestimated. As long as he was prepared, he could activate the lock or let the heating system of Traction City operate. This could reduce casualties. After doing all this, Keyes still didn't leave the laboratory. Instead, he let the half-lich Sneyd handle his work. After all, Zeus Kerr had sent him many temptations through the abomination's blood. If it were someone else guarding it, there would be problems. As for the daily work arrangements of New Boomtown, Keyes didn't have to worry too much with his own partners managing it. Thus, Bador City followed the original plan and quickly nibbled away at the scattered bastions of Bator. The intestine of the city wasn't idle for even a moment. Often, just as it finished digesting the resources of a fortress, another fortress would be devoured by Traction City. In order to increase work efficiency, Shay of the Wizard clan set up a temporary workshop to produce construct creatures for work. The ogre shaman and half-goat apothecary were similarly busy. They worked day and night to make vitality ointment for the soldiers who took turns to participate in the battle, as well as the laborers who worked hard. In this way, New Boomtown gathered the forces of the original Bator Expeditionary Army while methodically approaching the Broken Canyon. Due to the super high efficiency of this mobile fortress, the running away from the poison rules set by Stim gradually lost its effect. According to Stim's rules, the Helminth tyrant, which wanted to break through the various Bator fortresses one by one, ended up in the awkward situation of raising a tide of worms, but not being able to find a target. All that was left for the worms were the devastated ruins of the fortress, as well as the deep trenches left behind by Traction City's caterpillar tracks. The impatient worm demons couldn't find a target to vent their desire for slaughter, and they even had many internal conflicts. If not for the presence of the Helminth tyrant, these gathered demons would have brought great casualties to their own side. This strange phenomenon quickly spread to the Broken Canyon. The dwarf deity and the Tauren king received the news almost at the same time. Bafemont immediately flew into a rage. He accused Stim of setting the Boolsh *T rules of the game and repeatedly asked for the initiative to attack. But the dwarf deity still couldn't make up his mind. He was the god of virtual games and had to fulfill the responsibilities given by his clergy. And for any game, it was a taboo for the publisher and producer to constantly adjust the basic rules. But his reasons couldn't convince Bafemont at all. Your problem is your own problem. The Tauren king expressed that it had nothing to do with him. He only needed to wash away his shame. Dwarf bastard, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to let my army attack and at the same time give me the authority to command the worms? Bafemont stood at the entrance of the army camp with a machete in his hand. He looked at the dwarf deity in front of him with an unfriendly gaze as he spoke, gritting his teeth. Chapter 529. This gigantic devil was covered in crimson scales, and a pair of large bat-like wings extended from his back. Green venom dripped from his mouth, landing on the ground and stirring up clouds of smoke. On his waist, there was a belt with 12 screaming angel heads hanging from it. Without a doubt, these heads were the spoils of war he had cut off with a flaming greatsword in his claw-like hands. He was Barty, the temporary lord of the first layer of Bator, Avernus. He was a rising star in the 9 hells of Bator. Though he looked ferocious on the outside, Bayer was quick-witted and resourceful. He was adept at betrayal, and ambush. Using his sharp mind, he was always one step ahead of his opponents. The other 8 lords of the 9 prisons of Bader had taken a liking to Bayer's strengths. Though they were unwilling to form an alliance with him, they had never stopped plotting against him. That was why they had agreed to let him take charge of the front lines of the blood war. Bayer knew the meaning of his existence, so he worked hard every day. He spent most of his time on the blood war against the bottomless abyss, constantly patrolling the defenses and formulating battle strategies. All of this left him racking his brains, even forgetting to eat and sleep. To be honest, he was doing well. However, that was only so far. In fact, he was facing a thorny problem. The expeditionary army of Bator that had been sent to the Acid Fog Canyon to participate in the crusade against the tyrant worm had lost contact with the rear. The 9 purgatories below. Standing in front of the cursed bone gate, Bayer rubbed his eyes with his coarse fingers to soothe his agitated emotions. Though he was still under the protection of centaurs and pit fiends, he did not feel safe at all. He knew his own value, and he also knew that he had no right or opportunity to fail. If he failed in the blood war, even if it was just a small problem on the battlefield, he would lose the trust of Nessus. Without the support of the Astamors, what awaited him would be a fate countless times more tragic than death. "You bunch of lowly demons," Bayer roared, his corrosive saliva splashing everywhere. Smoke rose from the bodies of the devil guards around him, but they did not dare to make a sound. "How long do we have to wait before we can reconnect to the acid fog canyon?" 2 pit fiends who were proficient in spatial magic immediately fell to the ground in fear when they heard their master's question. They had adjusted the coordinates no less than 800 times, but there was no response from the cursed bone gate. It was as if the acid fog canyon had disappeared into the multiverse. The evil dragon had made similar attempts before. Several powerful ancient red dragons had used kindred orientation spells, but they were still unable to locate the Megalosaurus army. Thanks to the concealment of the god of virtual games STEM, the acid fog canyon was situated between virtual reality and reality. Apart from certain special beings, even legendary tier spellcasters would not be able to sense the exact location of that plane. Naturally, it was impossible to re-establish a connection with it. No matter how they tried, it was to no avail. "Wasting time is wasting life," Bayer declared coldly. You are plotting against my life." With a single sentence, he labeled the 2 pit fiends as treason for their powerlessness. If they were caught, they would be demoted. A faint purple ray shot out from Bayer's hand, accurately hitting the 2 trembling pit fiends. Bound by their true names, they were unable to put up any resistance. In the end, they wailed and turned into 2 demented lesser demons. Bayer, who was still angry, did not let them go. He lifted his foot and stomped the 2 lesser demons to death. All the devils present kept quiet out of fear. The representatives sent by the evil Dragon Council also turned their heads to the side. However, the Megalosaurus seemed to have sensed some movement, and they quickly lowered their heads to the ground to show their obedience. A 5-headed Megalosaurus that was as large as a mountain suddenly appeared, slowly descending beside the cursed bone gate. Great Evil Dragon Queen. Seeing his nominal ally, Bayer still bowed politely and greeted him, even though it was just a projection. From the demeanor of this great devil, it was impossible to imagine his rage and his atrocities just now. How is the Otherworld Gate? With the enhancement of the Cursed Bone Gate, is it possible to reconnect with the Acid Fog Canyon? Without any pretense, Tiamat's projection asked straightforwardly because she was extremely anxious at the moment. Of course, she was anxious not because she was worried about the safety of the Megalosaurus army, but because of the unforeseen circumstances in the crusade against the tyrant worm. That abominable worm wanted to become a god, but it did not stop Tiamat. Instead, it wanted to get its hands on the Megalosaurus divine title. As the holder of the Megalosaurus divine title in the multiverse, and the one and only holder of this divine title, Tiamat could not tolerate a bug-like creature having similar authority to her. It was disrespectful to her, a serious blasphemy. That was why she spent time and effort to gather the 5-colored Megalosaurus to form an army and join the bloody battle in the Acid Fog Canyon. Because only by killing the tyrant worm in the abyss could she completely destroy the demon lord who wanted to get his hands on the Megalosaurus divine title. For this, Tiamat even reached a temporary truce with her mortal enemy, the platinum dragon god Bahamut, so that she could spare all her energy to completely destroy the tyrant worm. Originally, she wanted to wait for the Bahamut Expeditionary Army to expand their advantage and force the true body of the tyrant worm to join the battle. Then, she would personally descend to the Acid Fog Canyon and kill the blasphemous worm in one fell swoop. But now, the Bahamut Expeditionary Army had lost contact with the rear. She did not have any definite information about the progress of the war over there, whether the tyrant worm had successfully become a god, or whether the Megalosaurus divine title had been tainted. How could Tiamat not be anxious? Previously, she had tried to let the evil dragon council establish contact with the Acid Fog Canyon, but it did not work. Helplessly, she could only wait for Barty to use the hidden divine artifact of Avernus, the Cursed Bone Gate, a portal specially used to transfer troops for the Blood War, to try to find the Acid Fog Canyon. But it was still unsuccessful. Chapter 5:30. Awkwardness spread, and Bayer, who was equally helpless, smiled awkwardly, attempting to use some clever words to divert the Dragon Queen's attention. Perhaps we can launch an expedition. Without waiting for the Archdevil to speak, Tiamat's projection raised her head and looked at the sky of Avernus that was filled with rain of fire. Expedition? Bayer was proficient in all sorts of tactics and strategies, so he knew the true meaning of this phrase. He couldn't help but exclaim. The devils of Bader had not done this for many years. At the beginning of the Blood War, they had only used this tactic when they were fighting against the demons. The current Blood War had long since stopped sending large armies across the astral plane, launching fierce attacks from the outside of the abyss. After all, this was basically challenging all the demon lords, and they would be besieged by a massive army of demons from the abyss. In the current Blood War, apart from the normal battles between the Grey Plains and the 10,000 Abyss Plains, there were more scalpels that struck with precision. Be it devils or demons, these demons of the lower planes were all proficient in teleportation spells. Building a portal to another world was not difficult. Take the devils, for example. Keyes had airdropped them into the Acid Fog Canyon in order to build Hell's Gate. As long as there was an obvious beacon, the devils would be able to build a stable interplanar passage and send out expeditionary troops. For the devils, this innovation had many benefits. It could negate the disadvantage of having too many demons, maximizing the advantage of the elites of the Bader army. At the same time, it could prevent the accidental collapse of a battle line, leading to a large-scale chain of defeats in the Blood War. In a sense, this innovation also reduced the intensity of the bloody battlefield and reduced the casualties of the Bartholomew's 9 hells in a short period of time. This allowed the devils to rely on the resources of the 9 planes to resist the abyss, which had a higher potential for war. Hence, when Tiamat suggested using primitive tactics, Bayer could not agree to it no matter what. Madame Tiamat, the great demon, did not use words like great or dragon queen, which sounded more respectful. From his words, one could feel that his attitude had become firm. I cannot agree with your point of view, and at the same time, I will not sign any orders related to it. He pushed aside the pit fiend bodyguard beside him and walked up to Tiamat's projection, speaking in an unquestionable tone. This concerns the overall situation of the Blood War. I hope that Lord Tiamat can understand, unless Lord Astamores authorizes me. Mentioning the existence of Nessus, Barty was indeed trying to subdue the pentashade dragon queen. After all, he was a god, and at least half of the abyssal dragons in Avernus would obey his orders. As long as Tiamat opened her mouth, those devils with the blood of the evil dragon would most likely take the initiative to join her expeditionary army. Are you threatening me? He's just stating a fact, but his words lack consideration, so I need to make some additions. A calm voice suddenly sounded, but other than Barty and Tiamat's projection, no one else noticed it. "Milord, Astamores." The tall and majestic deputy, Lord, instantly lowered his body. Bear knelt on one knee and saluted the humanoid creature, who was walking over. He remained kneeling after saluting, as if he would not get up until the end of time unless the other party agreed. There's no need for that. We are all serving the will of the 9 prisons of Bader. Moreover, the deputy lord and the lord have the same noble status. Like a gentle elder, Astamos slowly approached the curse-bone gate while speaking in a candid manner. He raised his palm, and Bayer could not help but straighten his body, as if he was a puppet being controlled. However, it wasn't Astamos himself who displayed such power. In fact, it wasn't even his avatar. Similar to Tiamat, Astamores only sent his projection to participate in this meeting. No one knew the true appearance of the Lord of 9 prisons. The image shown by this projection was the disguise that Astamores usually used. He was about 13 feet tall, with shiny black skin and hair. His face was thin and ancient. From his blood-red eyes, there was an evil and demonic light. There was a pair of sharp little horns on his forehead, and he looked inexplicably playful. The clothes he wore were a gorgeous robe inlaid with black diamonds and rubies, and he held a ruby scepter that symbolized power in his hand. The arrival of Astamores was indeed beyond Tiamat's expectations. To be honest, although the Pentashade Dragon Queen had an agreement with this devil and was considered an ally in the trenches, she still did not want to have too much contact with him. There was no other reason. Tiamat just felt danger. To be associated with Astamores for any existence was tantamount to frantically testing the edge of death. In terms of strength alone, even those great divine powers might not be able to guarantee that they would be able to defeat this primordial demon. As if he understood Tiamat's thoughts, Astamores did not care about the awkward silence at this time. He took the initiative to start a conversation. "My lady, please forgive me. The words of the acting Lord of Bayer just now were indeed a little harsh and rude. After all, he is still young. I can't apologize on his behalf, but I can give you an opinion as a supplement. Of course, the final decision is still in your hands." Tiamat nodded cautiously, and then her projection instantly dissipated, leaving only a lady in a black veil standing in the same place. In order to show that she valued Astamores, the Pentashade Dragon Queen sent one of her avatars to talk with Astamores. "What's your opinion?" Hearing Tiamat's question, a smile appeared on the face of the Lord of Devils. He replied in a warm and gentle voice, "Killing that worm is your goal. If necessary, why don't you change your way of thinking or change your means? The problem now is that we can't establish a gate between the alternate world and the acid fog canyon, or rather, we can't directly descend to that plane. That plane of the abyss seems to be covered with a layer of slippery protective cover by some existence, causing spatial spells to be unable to be anchored. That protective cover seems to be between illusion and reality, and it's very difficult to destroy with the current means. Unless..." Astamores kept Tiamat in suspense, as if he was waiting for Tiamat to ask the question herself, and as expected, Tiamat did. "What means do you have? Or rather, what price do I have to pay in order to obtain the support you provide?" The conversation between the two bosses made Bayer feel that he was indeed lacking in knowledge, at least in terms of the knowledge of the devils. There was still a big gap between him and the Lord of 9 Hells. The words spoken by Astamores always made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze and felt sincere. However, that was actually impossible. Some people think that the method is very valuable, but I don't think so. A vivid smile appeared on Astamores' face, making it hard to believe that it was just a projection. "So I will tell you that instead of wasting effort to remove the protective cover, it's better to directly destroy the plane of the acid fog canyon from the inside. Without flesh and blood, there's naturally no place for hair to attach to. The tyrant worm can either choose to die inside or come out to die. Chapter 5:31. True name. Seeing Tiamat's doubtful expression, Astamores used a certain method to convey his intentions to her. Bayer, who was standing at the side, was completely unaware of all this. In fact, apart from the Penishade Dragon Queen and the acting Lord of the Nine Hells, no one else knew of the arrival of the Lord of the Nine Hells. It was still doubtful whether this Devil Lord was the strongest in the multiverse, but when it came to keeping secrets, no one could compare to him. What was even more frightening was that in order to carry out his schemes, he could lay down foreshadowing for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, waiting for the right time. For example, he had grasped the true names of almost all greater devils. This foreshadowing had come in handy now. Due to the nature of the Batsu people, all devils will be shackled by their true names, unless they've already deviated from their alignment. As long as the devil is still in the multiverse, he'll have to respond accordingly. Even if there's a barrier outside the acid fog canyon, by using his true name, he'll still be able to smoothly control the actions of the devils trapped in that plane. Astamores gave an explanation, although it wasn't very detailed. Tiamat quickly understood the essence of his opinion with her wisdom and knowledge as a god. What do I need to pay? And to what extent can you achieve by using your true name? The Dragon Queen asked bluntly. 13 pit fiends. 5 of them are about to advance to the rank of Soul Pit Fiend. I can use my true name to make them willingly offer up all they're worth. It'll form a terrifying curse that can be used to destroy the core of the acid fog canyon. Astamores smiled as he spoke, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He even seemed a little indifferent. However, the evil in his words caused Tiamat, who was also a god of the evil alignment, to tremble in fear. No wonder, glancing at Bayer, who was still unaware, the Pentashade Dragon Queen thought to herself, he doesn't want anyone else to know about this. Using his true name to force the pit fiends to offer up all their worth would make all greater devils unable to eat or sleep in peace. This was because almost all of their true names were in the hands of Astamores. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Lord of the Nine Hells had created a place for advancement called the Dark Auditorium. Since then, most greater devils had walked out of the Dark Auditorium. When they advanced, they had to recite their true names. Only then would the Dark Auditorium use the power of the 9 prisons of Bader to acknowledge the devils and bless them to advance. At the same time, the true names that were recited would be transmitted to Astamores. You didn't answer me, she said, staring at the projection of the Devil Lord's projection. What do I have to pay you? The acting feudal lord I appointed is very paranoid. He doesn't trust the other Batsu because he's worried about Zariel's restoration. The abyssal draconic demon you created is actually quite trusted by him, so I hope you can give him a little more help. Out. Is Tidit was of Tyr. After careful consideration and weighing the pros and cons, Tidit found that she had no choice but to agree. I can give you control of the abyssal draconic demon, the Penishade Dragon Queen's avatar replied, but you have to wait until I kill that worm. Although it was said to be for Barty's sake, in reality, Astamores was just placing a spy by his side. The Lord of the Nine Hells smiled again after receiving a reply. Thank you for your generosity, but as you know, he raised the ruby scepter in his hand and tapped it lightly. A projection of a tumbling river appeared in front of him. Devils believe in contracts more than verbal promises, Astamores said solemnly with a solemn expression. Tidit had no choice but to sign a contract with the Devil Lord and used the river Styx as a witness. Astamores carefully put away the contract that had been conjured into his robes and began to carry out the contract. He walked slowly towards the cursed bone gate. He did not chant or make any hand gestures. However, his ruby scepter was flashing, occasionally revealing a long stretch of purgatory runes that were as small as mosquitoes. Astamores walked to the cursed bone door and reached out his hand to gently touch the bones on the door frame. In the center of the bone door, a red mist appeared. It was spinning, flipping, and taking on various forms. This was the sign that the cursed bone door was connected to another dimension. The previous spellcasters had tried to connect to the acid fog canyon, but had failed. The red mist that they summoned was at most the size of a fist. It was not even 1% of the Lord of the Nine Hells. However, in order to fully connect, the red mist would have to cover the entire cursed bone door. It was still far from that. However, Astamores did not need to do that. Found it. The Devil Lord sensed the coordinates of the distant dimension and said with certainty, "This is the dimension of the acid fog canyon." Immediately after, he used the ruby scepter in his other hand to hit the red mist 13 times. Every strike would disperse a portion of the fog. When the final gouge was completed, the entire red fog that had been summoned by him disappeared. It's done. The shortest is 3 days, and the longest will not exceed 7 days. The acid fog canyon dimension will be destroyed by the curse. The dimension of the acid fog canyon. Stopping beside the last fortress, the New Boom town waited quietly. Its city intestine was desperately digesting the New Boom town. In just 5 days, this traction city had swept through more than 50 Fort Bator in succession, gathering all the resources and manpower they had. Other than the first few ignorant Fort Bator generals who actively resisted and died in the end, the other commanders wisely chose to surrender. Therefore, Keyes gathered a large number of demon soldiers. However, the New Boom town still did not have enough space to accommodate them. They could only be divided according to their fighting strength. The stronger devils were placed in the city, while the weaker ones could only follow the traction city on foot. Now that there were no targets to gather, Keyes immediately gathered all the Fort Bator generals. He wanted to mobilize them before the great battle. Everyone, the young blue dragon nodded as he looked at the greater demons that filled up the audience room. He was about to begin his speech. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. Of the 50 or so generals, more than 40 were pit fiends. Among them, there were even 5 that were close to advancing to the unique pit fiend realm. These 5 powerful pit fiends were the first to react. Their eyes widened as blood spurted out of their orifices. Soon after, the other 8 pit fiends were in a similar situation. A total of 13 pit fiends were bleeding profusely. All the Fort Bator generals were on guard against the others, especially the young blue dragon sitting at the head of the table. Chapter 532. It was no wonder that the devil generals were wary of Keyes. With the nature of devils, they were already restraining themselves. Of course, this was partly due to their fear of the young blue dragon's strength, but it was also due to their suspicion of what had happened to the pit fiends. According to the logic of devils, even if they wanted to get rid of their enemies, it was best not to do so in public. The pit fiends that were in trouble were scattered all over the place, appearing in random corners of the audience room. If Keyes really wanted to kill them to establish his might, he would have gathered them together and dealt with them all at once. To be able to become the commander of Bator, none of these devil generals were brainless fools. Thus, they were more worried about another possibility. It could have been a premeditated assassination, an act of revenge on the part of Stim or the Tyrant of Worms. If not for the fact that they were worried that the young blue dragon would make things difficult for them afterwards, They would have wanted to leave as soon as possible. Although they did not leave immediately, they were frantically casting all sorts of defensive spells on themselves. Detect poison, anti-justice, aura, flame shield. Looking at the magic light that lit up in his arcane vision, Quest snorted, and his vast and boundless spirit ability was suddenly activated. With the increase in his strength, Keys's usage of his spirit ability had not changed much. However, the total amount of his spirit capacity was frighteningly high. With his own strength, he was able to forcefully destroy all the spells in the audience room and seal the minds of everyone present. Noisy, the young blue dragon spat out coldly, and then turned his gaze to the 13 pit fiends. The sudden burst of light from the spells had interfered with his observation, and he had not been able to see many minute changes clearly. According to Keys's observations, these pit fiends that had become bloodied were most likely cursed by some sort of sudden curse. Furthermore, based on his judgment, this curse was not something that the god of virtual games, Stim, would use for revenge. Otherwise, since he could curse them, wouldn't it be better to let them self-destruct? Wouldn't that bring more trouble to Keys? Of course, Keys didn't let his guard down. He didn't even use any spells or spiritual abilities, as he was worried that he'd trigger some sort of restriction. Instead, he used the force field of the Force Dragon to lift them up and throw them out of Traction City. Due to the danger, he did not call out to his companions. He just stood there and waited for the final result of the curse. After all, cursing 13 pit fiends at the same time was no easy feat. There had to be a bigger scheme behind this. However, due to the interference of the other demon generals, Keys was unable to observe the minute changes at the start of the curse. Therefore, he couldn't make a judgment right now. He could only use a safer method to minimize the possible damage. Fortunately, this curse didn't take Keys too long. About half an hourglass later, the 13 pit fiends woke up from their dazed state. Not only did they not try to heal themselves, they even used more extreme methods to destroy their own bodies. Their actions were uniform. First, they reached their hands behind their backs and tore off their wings. Then, they grabbed the horns on their heads and forcefully broke them. They used their sharp claws to tear off their flesh and blood, turning themselves into rag dolls. Not long after, perhaps because he was the weakest, a heavily injured pit fiend collapsed in a pool of his own blood. The blood that originated from his body seemed to have turned into a highly corrosive liquid at this time. Soon, the remaining flesh and the body parts that were previously torn off were all dissolved into a blood-red ointment. There were bubbles on it from time to time. Next, a second, a third, a fourth. A total of 13 pit fiends collapsed, turning into paste on the ground. Keys's brows furrowed tightly as he watched the remains of the pit fiends fuse together into a small lake. After all, the fiends of the lower realms were creatures of soul and body as one. Their flesh and soul were inseparable. The blood lake that appeared in front of Keys contained the souls of 13 pit fiends. 5 of them were unique pit fiends. They were at the peak of Batsu's path of advancement. Every pit fiend was a powerhouse that had walked over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their experiences fully demonstrated what it meant to be a general builds his success on the bones of 10,000. The amount of resources that were needed was probably not enough even if the same number of material planes were used. Due to the nature of creatures of the lower realms, most of those resources would be used to strengthen their own souls. One could only imagine how precious the souls of pit fiends were. They were definitely precious treasures of the 9 prisons of Bader. Using the soul of a pit fiend to strengthen a spell would definitely be at the legendary rank. But now, this curse had actually combined the souls of 13 pit fiends. While Karth didn't know what would happen next, he had a rough guess based on his intuition and knowledge. He was deeply shaken by his own guess. This must be the doing of that existence. Only he knows the true names of all the pit fiends. Only by using the power of the true names can he control them across planes. He's either trying to break through the plane's seal, or using the power of the curse to attack Stim and the tyrant worm. Or perhaps he suddenly thought of a possibility, and Keyes immediately teleported back to Traction City. He immediately gave the order to activate the engine. Fortunately, as Traction City was an extremely large machine, its engine would not be completely extinguished. At most, it would be in a standby state. Thus, less than a tenth of an hourglass after Keyes gave the order, the tracks under the base began to move once more. Following closely behind the mobile fortress, the army of devils outside New Prosperity Town also quickly moved out, retreating to even further places. Sand and dust filled the air, and figures flickered in and out. Only the tracks left behind a deep trench and a small blood-red lake on the ground. The avatar of the Prince of Darkness had been observing Keyes all this time and had only removed his invisibility after Traction City had left. He could clearly see me, but he pretended not to see me. Graziti felt a little indignant at being ignored. Traction City is like a knight attacking from behind. I'd like to see what's wrong with this pool of blood. Could it be? Chapter 5:33. As if to verify his words, Graziti was just about to extract something from the pool of blood for his own observation and research when something strange happened. Like a bathtub with a drain, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of the pool of blood. The scarlet ointment slowly seeped into it, and before long, the pool of blood disappeared without a trace. This is... Graziti walked forward suspiciously, wanting to investigate the cause of the leak. Hiss, I have to leave quickly. With his astonishing eyesight, he quickly found the passage where the pool of blood had disappeared. It was a hole about the size of a fist, extending straight into the depths of the acid fog canyon. The hole was pitch black, and when one looked down, they could only see some flashing red spots. Of course, this was only the view of an ordinary person. The Dark Prince's eyes could see much more. It was precisely because of this that he'd turned pale with fright. He'd even thought of leaving the acid fog canyon as soon as possible. The paste that had been mixed with the flesh and souls of the 13 pit fiends had actually seeped into the depths of the plane, corroding its core. The so-called plane core was actually a source core that could be condensed into a plane. It could absorb the surrounding matter and use it to achieve the effect of stabilizing the plane. However, apart from being sturdy enough, this type of origin core was not very useful. It was also very difficult to use. Generally speaking, although the demon lords and demon lords of the lower planes had the ability to shatter a plane's source core, they would rarely lay their hands on a plane's source core even if they wanted to destroy a plane. This was because the gains did not make up for the losses. Take the demon lords, for example. The battles between them were as long as bloody battles, but the cause of the battles was either hatred or the accumulation of resources and wealth. Ultimately, there had to be benefits. Destroying the plane core of an opponent's territory could certainly weaken their forces, but after the plane collapsed, the most precious treasure of the plane, souls, would no longer be able to be harvested endlessly even if they won. This was a completely short-sighted act. Even the abominations that lived to destroy all things, and the ancient evils that had no sense of reason, would not choose to do this. Their actions were also inclined towards slaughtering the living beings of a plane, and then waiting for them to slowly recover before harvesting leaks in batches. Moreover, there were very few planes in the multiverse that could give birth to souls. For example, the seemingly endless planes in the bottomless abyss were actually the result of deliberate accumulation under the guidance of the abyss will. This was the foundation of the bottomless abyss. if any demon lord dared to risk universal condemnation and destroy a plane's origin core, the will of the abyss would probably descend immediately and teach them how to be demons. Besides, destroying a plane's origin core was an extremely difficult thing to do, apart from the fact that there weren't many benefits and there were many risks involved. Purely physical methods were almost useless. Not only were most of the plane's source cores hidden in the depths of the plane, but they were also especially sturdy. As for spells, most of them had to be top-notch legendary spells. In terms of the requirements and difficulty of performing it, it was at least on par with the level of Karsiston's divine spell. In truth, Astamor seemed to be doing it casually, but he'd used his true name to control the 13 pit fiends. He'd used the power of their flesh and souls to indirectly cast this curse. While the pit fiends could be killed, they would most likely be reborn 99 years later in Bator after a normal death. If they had other methods, they might be reborn much earlier. They'd definitely lose some of their strength, but the most serious consequence would be a drop in rank. However, their flesh and souls had been mixed into this curse by the Devil Lord. There was absolutely no chance of them being reborn. In terms of value, the resources needed to create the 13 pit fiends might even be more than the total amount of resources in the Acid Fog Canyon. Therefore, Astamors had invested heavily in this, using a method that was more powerful than he was to destroy a plane's origin core. If not for the benefits he'd obtained from Tiamat, the shrewdness of the Devil Lord would definitely not have allowed him to do this. Using this method, in a sense, the effect was absolutely remarkable. In less than 2 hourglasses, the curse had already gnawed at the surface of the plane's source core. If Stim hadn't concealed the Acid Fog Canyon, the will of the abyss would have sensed that something was wrong with the plane's origin core. It would most likely descend here in anger. However, the first to sense it was the god of virtual games. It felt as if he'd set up a server here and was operating a game. Originally, it was just a player challenging the operating rules, but someone had suddenly barged into the computer room and started smashing the server without a second word. This feeling could be said to be unparalleled. Asterisk Stim, who'd been arguing with Buffett, suddenly flushed red. He then spat out dark golden blood. However, he didn't have the time to care about his injuries. Various data appeared in his eyes as he nervously searched for the source of the problem. Because he spoke too quickly, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Is destroying the plane's origin core. Damn it! Hearing Stim's words, Buffett, who was standing in front of him, turned pale with fright. Who has the guts to do this? Dwarf? Speak quickly. As the incarnation of a demon lord, he knew very well what the plane's origin core meant. Compared to the possible effects he might suffer now, he was more worried about whether the will of the abyss would take its anger out on him in the future. Therefore, he was very anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. And he was definitely not the only ant like this in the Acid Fog Canyon. What's going on? A surge of power came from the depths of the earth. The true body of the tyrant worm had no choice but to burrow out from the soil that was squeezing it. All of the demon worms became very frightened. They could feel that a fatal disaster had quietly descended upon them. Asterisk Creek. Asterisk the orifices that were emitting sulfuric acid gas seemed to have gone mad as they sprayed poisonous gas outwards. The ground began to crack rapidly. The lava that had been hidden deep underground began to churn and converge on the surface. From time to time, it would gush out from the weak spots. The entire Acid Fog Canyon seemed to have turned into an iron pot that had been burned red. Everywhere was boiling and scorching hot. Chapter 534. The Acid Fog Canyon was in a mess due to the gradual destruction of the plane's core. All the forces were in a mess. Among them, the most vexed was, of course, the tyrant worm. After all, he was the master of this plane in name. Stim, the huge worm, crawled out of the cave tunnel. Not long after the mutation, he immediately took a shortcut back to the broken canyon. The tyrant worm's true body was swollen, emitting a dangerous acidic poisonous fog. A long tongue extended from its circular mouthpart. The incarnation that had fallen in the ashes plain had regenerated on the tip of its tongue. At this moment, it was constantly roaring and questioning. "Shut your mouth, damned worm." Buffett was also irritated. He slammed his machete on the ground, letting out a deafening roar. Symbol of death. The tyrant worm, who had long been enraged, no longer had any scruples. He directly launched an attack on Buffett. After consuming the spell energy stored in one link, a powerful legendary necromancy spell was instantly formed and shot out. Endless hatred, coupled with the determination to kill the opponent, the two complemented each other to ensure the success of this spell. Due to the close distance and the fact that he was not prepared for the opponent's sudden attack, the Tauren King was unfortunately hit by the spell. However, with the strong body and soul of the Demon Lord's incarnation, even if the symbol of death was a legendary spell, it was still unable to kill him directly. At most, he would feel intense pain. In addition, he was unusually angry. This lowly worm actually dared to sneak attack a powerful Demon Lord. In the Acid Fog Canyon plain, Buffett's face had been repeatedly slapped swollen. The spell had an effect, but it did not achieve its goal. The Tauren King immediately recovered from the state of being attacked. "You're looking for death." Buffett roared angrily. He picked up the machete in his hand and was about to slash at the tyrant worm. He was obviously not going to show any mercy. When the conflict between the bosses broke out, their subordinates naturally would not stay there foolishly and pretend that nothing had happened. The half-demon minotaurs seemed to have contracted mad cow disease. Their muscles bulged, and their eyes turned crimson. They drew their weapons and charged at the worms nearby. The latter's reaction wasn't any worse, especially the cataclysmic worms. As the children of the tyrant worm, they could empathize with their creator's anger. It seemed that the two sides were about to erupt into a fierce battle. The all-out battle that wasn't rare in the demon army was about to take place. "Enough, you two idiots." At some point, the short dwarf god suddenly appeared between Buffett and the tyrant worm, who were in the middle of their battle. Although his face was pale, he still successfully controlled the two demon lords and forcibly stopped their conflict. Stim used his left hand to hold Buffett's machete, while his right hand summoned a pale golden barrier, isolating the huge body of the tyrant worm on the other side. Now is not the time for internal strife. If you don't start saving yourselves, do you too want to personally bear the wrath of the will of the abyss? Although his voice wasn't loud, when it reached the ears of the two demon lords, it was no less than a sudden clap of thunder. Seeing that they didn't intend to continue fighting for the time being, Stim secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't good at fighting. Not long ago, because the plane source core in the Acid Fog Canyon was damaged, it caused him to suffer a lot of impact. He hadn't fully recovered yet. Just now, when he forcibly stopped the two demon lords, it seemed easy, but in fact, only he knew how much divine power he had consumed. The plane source core is damaged, but it's not completely destroyed. Don't interrupt. Now, listen to what to say to finish. Seeing that Helmet, who was on the tip of the tyrant worm's tongue, was about to open his mouth to ask, Stim mercilessly interrupted his thoughts. "I will release part of my authority, and at the same time, guard against any external enemies that might descend upon the acid fog canyon. If you don't want to face the enraged will of the abyss, then you, the tyrant worm, will have to personally go to the depths of the plane and deal with the curse on the plane's source core. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Buffett. And you, the Taran King, will now send out your troops to teach the fellow who has won the title of Ultimate Overlord a lesson, and get rid of the hidden dangers left in the plane of the Acid Fog Canyon. At this moment, the god of virtual games showed his powerful ability to set up a plan. The two demon lords who had just been about to fight to the death suddenly realized that if they worked together, they would benefit from it, and if they didn't, they would suffer from it. It was very strange, but it was also very natural. After all, in the face of common pressure, this was indeed their best choice at the moment. As for what would happen after they got through this, they would talk about it later. The three of them knew very well that the alliance was only temporary, and that this kind of relationship would break down sooner or later. Each of them had their own plans in mind, and there was no need to explain things that they already knew. "We'll listen to you for now, little dwarf." Although it seemed rude on the surface, Buffett was the first to express his agreement, and was half a beat faster than the dragon's subbody. "Hemtar, give me the authority immediately, and don't mention any damn neutral monsters again. I'm going to repair the plane source core." And then Stim interrupted him again, and the Taran King looked on coldly from the sidelines. "Your command of the army now needs to be temporarily handed over to the Taran King. He has more experience in dealing with war, and besides, you have other things to do." The situation on the field was 3 against 2. The tyrant worm growled helplessly in a low voice, and ordered the demon worms to listen to Buffett's orders for the time being. After that, he didn't look back and burrowed into a cave tunnel. He regretted coming into contact with these two fellows in the beginning, and he shouldn't have let them come at all. But it was too late now, and it was easier to invite the devil in than to send him away. After the tyrant worm left in a hurry, Buffett glanced at Stim, who was deep in thought, and the Taran King snorted disdainfully. "You should have taken the initiative to attack long ago. You thought you could control the situation, but in the end, it's just a joke." Without waiting for the dwarf god to refute, Stim didn't actually have such thoughts. Buffett used the language of the abyss to give the order to set off immediately, and then his figure gradually dissipated. It was unknown whether he was hiding or using a high-level teleportation to leave directly. Although he didn't repeat his order, the majority of demons didn't dare to ignore the orders of a demon lord. Even those demon worms who had doubts in their hearts had received the tyrant worm's instructions before, so they were very obedient. The mighty army left directly from the broken canyon, leaving behind only empty buildings and a god who was deep in thought. Chapter 5:35. Ding. The system has detected that the title of Final Overlord has been achieved. The available rewards are as follows. Please consider the exchange accordingly. The familiar voice sounded, causing Quest to be secretly shocked. Now that things had developed to this point, he did not expect that the god of virtual games would still open the exchange list to him, and was even prepared to fulfill the promised rewards. Might as well take a look at the rewards he gave. Who knows, I might be able to figure something out from it. If there's a problem, I might be able to make some preparations beforehand. Having made up his mind, Keyes picked up the exchange list disguised as a piece of parchment and quickly browsed through the updated contents. There are a total of 5 reward options. Flag bearers may choose any 3 of them. Please consider carefully. Reward 1. All accumulated gold coins can be exchanged for a standard soul prism at a rate of 3-to-1. Reward 2. Achieving the title of Final Overlord. The faction of this plane will retaliate and provide a copy of the Acid Fog Canyon military map. Reward 3, a mildly damaged mice energy core. Do not doubt the god's sincerity. Mildly damaged, indeed, means that it can be repaired. Reward 4, a safe passage for retreat. Even if the Acid Fog Canyon is destroyed, you can quickly retreat to the 10,000 Abyss Plains. Reward 5, a complete divinity. After assimilation, you can become a vassal of the god of virtual games, breaking away from the ranks of mortals. After reading the introductions, Keyes carefully browsed through the additional explanations before slowly closing the exchange list. What a scheming old fox. It was clear that the most valuable of the 5 rewards was the complete divinity. It was a treasure that could allow mortals to reach the heavens in a single bound. In any plane of the multiverse, such a treasure would make countless people go crazy and fight for it with all their might. However, it only took a little thought to understand that this was actually a test by Stim. A divinity that could allow mortals to become vassal of gods must have been stripped from a part of his current divine title. If he assimilated the divinity, he would definitely be under his jurisdiction. Therefore, if Keyes avoided this option, it would be a clear indication that he had a conflict with Stim. In other words, it meant that he had the intention to deal with the dwarf god, and his attitude was very firm. There was no guarantee that the dwarf would not set up countermeasures. As for the 4th reward, the safe retreat to the 10,000 Abyss Plains, it was obviously an option that matched the divinity reward. The dwarf god was just telling Keyes that if he became his subordinate, he had the confidence and channels to ensure that Keyes could escape unscathed. Apart from that, the 2nd and 3rd rewards were also related. Stim knew that Keyes had Traction Citadel, so he provided a slightly damaged mice energy core. If it was repaired and installed on Traction Citadel, it would definitely increase Keyes' military strength. Moreover, he had most likely fallen out with Buffett and the Tyrant Worm, so while enhancing Keyes' strength, he could also reveal the other party's military deployment through the 2nd reward. Then, it was entirely possible for Keyes to restrain the 2 demon lords. At that time, even if Keyes did not choose the 4th and 5th options, he could still leave calmly, leaving them to fight to the death in the Acid Fog Canyon, where the source core of the plane was damaged to restrain each other. As for the 1st reward, not only was it not a smokescreen, it was even a booster left behind for Keyes' next actions, either to stand with him or to fight the demon lords. Whether it was to ascend to godhood or to start a war, a large amount of resources were needed to support it. Without money, it would be difficult to move an inch. However, with Stim's financial support, no matter which path Keyes chose, the efficiency of the operation would be greatly increased. Increased efficiency meant that time was saved, and judging from the current situation in the Acid Fog Canyon, saving time was treasuring life. The 5 options are linked together, combining probing, pushing, and even showing goodwill. The thoughts of the gods are extraordinary. However, the gods could not be omniscient and omnipotent. Although Stim's understanding of Keyes was certainly not superficial, the difference in information was still unavoidable. Therefore, he did not know of the young blue dragon's ability to actively adapt, nor did he know of his true plans. Exchange Reward 1, Reward 3, Reward 5. After thinking it through, Keyes immediately picked up the exchange list, ticked the reward he urgently needed, and entered the secret imprint to confirm. As if it had been prepared long ago, the moment he finished ticking, the exchange list in the shape of a parchment began to spontaneously combust. When the ashes drifted away, the reward items were neatly stacked in front of him, and the exchange list had completely disappeared. After clearing the remaining 600,000 gold coins, Keyes obtained more than 200,000 standard units of soul prisms. This wealth seemed enormous, but it was the easiest to deal with. With a wave of his hand, the young blue dragon kept all the soul prisms into his storage space. The remaining two rewards, the divinity and the slightly damaged mice energy core. After thinking for a while, Keyes reached out his hand to the former. Unlike the common understanding that the divinity was shaped like a bright crystal, the divinity bestowed by Stim had the appearance of a gray stone. If it was casually thrown into a plane, it was possible that many years would pass without anyone discovering its extraordinariness. However, when Keyes's fingers came into contact with the divinity, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. However, without thinking for too long, he completely grasped it in his hand and began to chant the incantation of a spell in a low voice. Treasure concealment spell. This was a very obscure, legendary spell recorded in the inheritance of the Megalosaurus race. The purpose of inventing this legendary spell was only to make it convenient for those Megalosaurus who were extremely interested in their own wealth to conceal a certain treasure that they possessed. In essence, this could actually be considered a legendary sealing spell, but it was of little use in increasing one's combat strength. Even the long-lived Megalosaurus would generally not learn this spell. This was because most Megalosaurus thought in a very simple way. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one's treasure would naturally not be lost, and there was no need to use the treasure concealment spell at all. However, in line with the idea that there was no harm in having more skills, Keyes had studied this spell before, and he did not expect it to come in handy now. After the hourglass-long incantation ended, the divinity, which was originally not very conspicuous, now looked much more plain and ordinary, whether it was distinguishing from its appearance or using ordinary detection spells. All that could be observed was just a rock. After doing all this, Keyes breathed a sigh of relief. And only then did he swallow the divinity into his stomach. That's right, Megalosaurus had a special space in their abdominal cavity for storing items, and they would temporarily store things that were too important and not too big in size. Finally, he still had one more reward to deal with. Chapter 536. Professional matters had to be dealt with by professionals. While preparing to deal with the mice energy nucleus, Keyes used magic to send a message to Shay and Snade, seeking their help. When the two of them arrived and saw the thing that Keyes had placed on the table, their gazes never left it. The mice energy nucleus was the most advanced creation of magic in the world of Toril, and it could almost be added with the suffix one of a kind. The world of Toril had a god who specialized in managing magic. That existence had set up strict rules and a complex magic network. Unless one became a great arcanist, ordinary mages in that world had to go through this magic network if they wanted to cast spells. Although this arrangement by the gods had lowered the requirement of talent for the spellcaster profession, they did not need to have extraordinary intelligence. They only needed to learn and memorize step by step, unlocking access to the magic network, and they could gradually grow into a qualified spellcaster. But this also brought about many problems, such as excessive reliance on the magic network to cast spells. There was an objective ceiling for the mage profession, and even though there was no need to pay faith to use the magic network, from a certain point of view, such mages were actually very similar to priests. Of course, there were always a few people in the world who were so gifted that their talents were high enough to make the gods envious. Some mages with extraordinary intelligence gradually realized the limitations of the magic network, and through slowly fumbling, they finally succeeded in getting rid of the crutch. Without the help of the magic network, they could still cast spells. Not only were there more varieties, but the power was even more powerful. In the world of Toril, they were called arcanists, magic masters who cast spells by exploring the mysteries of the rules. Among them, the best were the great arcanists, and Elam was one of the best among these great arcanists. Elam invented the mice energy nucleus, and its function was to be compatible with the rules of the plane and then absorb magic energy from the environment. In the beginning, he had invented the mice energy core because he couldn't satisfy his need for items with constant spell effects. This great arcanist was born in the early days of the Nile era. Although the Nile people had discovered the Nile's secret scroll and studied it for more than 200 years, the magic skills at that time were still very crude. Especially in the creation of magic items, even the great arcanists at that time could not bypass the support of the magic network and add permanent magic effects to their magic creations. Perhaps out of fear, the gods who had mastered the priesthood of magic set very strict rules for the creation of magic items by mortals. Every time they enchanted those magic creations, it not only required a lot of mental energy from the spellcasters, but it also affected their health. In those days, it was not difficult to recognize the arcanists who often made magic items with constant effects at a glance. Compared to their actual age, they always looked particularly old and tired. In this problem, the great arcanists at that time, but still did not have any results. Because Netheril had not discovered materials that could store magic energy in that era, they could only connect to the magic network to provide energy for their magic creations. In this way, the method of maintaining the effects of magic spells was actually to imitate how ordinary mages cast their spells. However, in order to use the magic network, ordinary mages would need to meditate every day. This was similar to how believers prayed to provide power for the gods, while mages' meditation was to pay for the cost of using the magic network. The principle of equivalent exchange was followed. If it was an ordinary mage, then there was no problem. They could use the magic network to pay with meditation every day. But the magic creations were not living people, and they could not meditate. Therefore, to connect them to the magic network, the creator of the magic creations had to pay in advance for this fee. Until Iolam changed his mind and invented the mice energy core, bypassing the authority of the magic network and successfully connecting this magical object with the origin of magic in the multiverse. Then, the mice energy core could manifest certain rules, absorb all kinds of energy in the surroundings, and then convert it into magic energy with extremely high conversion efficiency and give it to the objects authorized by the mice energy core's owner within a certain range. By the end of the Silver Age, the mice energy core had even developed to the point where it could replace part of the magic network, allowing any mortal within a certain range to cast simple spells as long as they paid a certain amount of mental energy, thus becoming a blue-striped mage. And it was precisely because of the mice energy core that the great arcanists of Netheril were able to create the floating city, a kind of miracle, super large-scale magic creation, and become one of the few mage empires in the whole of Toriel and even in the whole multiverse. One could imagine how desperate their enemies would be when a flying city descended over their heads, and most of the people living in the city could cast spells, even if they were very rudimentary. Among the great arcanists at that time, it had become a fashionable activity to ride the floating city to descend to the lower planes, look for a weak demon lord to start a war, and then plunder the resources and wealth of that plane. Although the civilization of Netheril had basically disappeared in the long river of history, for a race with a long lifespan like the demons, the fear of being dominated by the floating city of the great arcanists was still deeply etched in their minds. Stim gave Keys such a reward because he had a sudden idea after seeing Traction City. He wanted him to quickly create a floating city, and then use it to deal with Buffett's subordinates and those worms and demons. As long as these troops were restrained, Keys would be free to personally deal with the two demon lords. In this way, the final result might be biased towards the young blue dragon. In this way, not only would the two demon lords have to taste the bitter fruit of failure, but they would also most likely be held accountable by the will of the abyss. They would definitely not be able to retaliate against Stim immediately, and he would also be able to leave the acid fog canyon more safely. However, even though Quest knew of his plan, he still did not feel any resistance. Instead, it was exactly what he wanted. He also wanted to use this mice energy core to make a big fuss and become the ultimate overlord that deserved to be called the ultimate overlord. I really can't believe that apart from the treasure in Shadow City, I can still see such a well-preserved mice energy nucleus. This is the most precious treasure of the Netheril era. Looking at the magic creation in front of him, the half-lich Sneyd couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Shay also nodded in agreement. Chapter 537. Praise aside, Shay and Sneyd had no intention of treating the mice energy nucleus as an antique when they studied it. This was something that could not be helped. If they wanted to repair this legendary creation of Netheril, they had to first open it. The size of the mice energy nucleus was the same as an old-fashioned fireplace. Its appearance was like a hollow armillary sphere, wrapped in many layers of metal rings. Keyes had tried it once before and found that there were no rivets or welds that could be easily opened. Forcefully breaking it open would most likely damage this legendary creation, so they could only open its shell bit by bit according to the rules. It had to be admitted that Elam, the inventor of the mice energy nucleus, was definitely a man of extraordinary talent, and his attainments in spatial geometry were profound. According to Shay's inference, the mice energy nucleus had a total of 17 layers of shells. If they wanted to open it up, they had to be put back in place correctly. This was somewhat similar to assembling a Rubik's Cube, but Keyes knew that due to the limitations of the manufacturing method, the Rubik's Cube could only be designed up to grade 9 at most. However, the mice energy nucleus had a total of 17 layers. If one's intelligence was not enough, even if they worked hard for 100 years, they might not succeed. With no other choice, Keyes and the others could only choose to cheat. Let Sneyd use a prophecy spell to determine whether certain key steps were correct or not. It was no exaggeration to say that even if they used a cheating method, it was still very difficult, and they almost failed at the last moment. Because Keyes' prophecy spell was somewhat unreliable, this 2-hourglass-long cheat could only be completed by Sneyd. Although he was a half-lich and a powerful legendary spellcaster, he had almost exhausted all his energy to persevere until the end. It's done. Keyes breathed a sigh of relief. When the last metal ring was put back in place, the internal structure of the mice energy nucleus was finally revealed. In the center of the mice energy nucleus, there was a 3-dimensional network woven from thin mithril threads. As if there was no gravity, this network quietly floated in front of everyone's eyes. From Keyes' point of view, he seemed to have seen something and could not help but exclaim, "This is the spell structure of Sunburst." Shay said with some confusion, "This seems to be a magic circle that reduces the dissipation of energy. The tracker has it in his body, but it doesn't." Hearing their conversation, Sneyd, who had been resting on the side due to his exhaustion, also walked over and curiously looked at the mithril thread. "This is a negative energy harmonization array." No, he controlled the mechanical artificial body and looked left and right. From time to time, he would squat down to check. After a while, he stopped. What a genius invention! The half-lich could not help but exclaim, "Compared to Elam, my intelligence is at most a groundhog." Following his example, Keyes and Shay also looked around and finally understood why Sneyd sighed. It turned out that the structure they had just seen was not wrong. However, as long as one looked at it from a different angle, the structure of this mass of mithril threads was different. The 3 of them identified it separately and then did some calculations. This small ball of 3-dimensional mithril thread actually had more than 300 types of formation structures with specific functions. According to their estimates, there should be even more structures. However, due to their lack of knowledge, they could not identify all of them. Generally speaking, a magic item only needed to be engraved with one type of formation. At most, it would be a combination of several formations. However, this mass of mithril threads in the middle of the mice energy core was composed of at least hundreds or even thousands of formations. This was no longer a technical problem. The mice energy core was more like a product of the loss. No wonder. Keyes understood. The mice energy core can automatically control and absorb the free energy around it and continuously supply it to the magic items and individuals around it. It also does not need to be restricted by the gods, bypassing the weave of the world of To-Real. Emotion, admiration, curiosity, all kinds of emotions were present. However, the biggest problem now was how to repair this magic item. During his observation, Keyes discovered what Stim had said about the slight damage. Although mithril was very malleable and tough after being stretched to the thickness of a spider's web, its strength was definitely not enough. After receiving a strong impact, the mithril threads could also be damaged, breaking, or bending. When he was calculating the number of formations, Keyes discovered that there were a dozen or so threads that seemed to be in the wrong position. This was because the formation structure made of them was mostly problematic. However, he could not be completely sure, so he could not repair it himself. He asked Snader, who was the most knowledgeable about formations. The Demolic had actually discovered this problem as well. However, after realizing the difference between himself and Elam, he did not dare to act rashly. If he damaged the other structures, this slight damage to the mice energy core might be even more serious. Of course, it was not that there was no way. After all, there were many unreasonable spells in the multiverse. If conventional methods were not enough to repair the mice energy core, then they could try unconventional methods. For example, the spell that the pit fiends could only use once a year, the wishing spell. It seemed very feasible. Ever since Keyes had found a pit fiend to help him improve the engine of Traction City, he had liked this method. Now, he had more than 20 pit fiends under his command, excluding the 13 that had died. They could use the wishing spell more than 20 times, which should be enough to repair this slight damage to the mice energy core. After all, they already had a more accurate judgment as to where the problem was with the mice energy core. There was no need to give vague orders to the pit fiends and have them make vague wishes. However, to avoid trouble, Keyes would definitely not tell them what it was that they had to make a wish to repair. He chose a safer method, gathering the pit fiends in batches and ordering them to make wishes to repair the network of mithril threads. In the end, after 5 wishes, the slight damage was completely repaired. The excited Demolic ignored his mental exhaustion and forcefully used legend proficiency once to confirm that the main functions of the mice energy core had been repaired. After spending an entire day, a smile finally appeared on Keyes' face. His next plan had some more assurance. Graz-ZT, Buffett, the Tyrant Worm, and that fellow who wants to destroy Acid Fog Canyon. A good show is about to begin. You better not blink. The young blue dragon calculated for a while. He did not intend to let any of these fellows go. If they wanted to play, then they would play big. None of them would have an easy time. Chapter 538. It was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task to reorganize this mixed group of demons and mortals into an orderly manner. However, the Ogre Brock, who was the quartermaster, and the Desert Elf Brock, who was the captain of the city guards, performed commendably. They counted all the supplies in detail, especially food and drinking water, and distributed them according to the number of people. Among the mortal mercenaries, some of the high-ranking guys expressed their dissatisfaction and felt that they should get more. However, when the law enforcers sent by Brock glared at them angrily, they immediately quieted down. Compared to the mortals in the city, the group of demon soldiers outside the city was much more disciplined, except for the commanders of the Batsu Expeditionary Legion, who were forced by Key's power. The rest of the Batsu welcomed the formation of the Legion and the return of order. Those days were simply unbearable. A certain barbed demon guard captain dipped some tobacco from the human skin bag he carried with him and put it into the bone pipe in his mouth. A great opportunity has been wasted. Fortunately, Lord Cuz is now in charge of the situation again. Perhaps, but it would be better if his lordship didn't think so highly of those mortals, another demon who was familiar with him said. What can they do? Previously, they were only servants of the Megalosaurus. Now, we don't even know where the Megalosaurus have gone. Traction City had been moving continuously for 2 days. Along the way, they encountered many earthquakes and avoided several volcanoes that suddenly emerged. Moreover, as the earth cracked, the gas that was originally deposited underground leaked out, and the acid fog canyon became full of sour gas. Although this was not an extreme environment for the demons, the group of mortal mercenaries in the city did not have such strong tolerance. They could only rely on the spellcasters to desperately purify the air, so that they did not have a large number of non-combat casualties. Therefore, after detecting the surrounding situation and finding that there was no obvious danger, Traction City finally stopped moving today. Many craftsmen wearing anti-acid amulets and pig-nose-style gas masks began to work on the fortress. They had to carry out damage control. Not only did they have to add an acid-resistant coating to the fortress, but they also had to add a set of distributed air purification system that covered the entire Traction City. Originally, it was very unwise to carry out such a huge modification project at this time. However, since yesterday, for some unknown reason, the workshop area in the center of the fortress had been operating at full capacity and crazily produced all kinds of magic creations. Things like anti-acid amulets and pig-nose-style gas masks were child's play. Many engineering constructs and even combat models of golems began to come off the production line frequently. Look, those Megalosaurus. The 2 demons who were chatting just now suddenly looked up and saw figures appearing in the distant sky. With their excellent eyesight, they quickly recognized that it was actually a group of flying Megalosaurus. But what surprised them was that the alarm bell in the city didn't ring for a long time, as though they weren't worried about the possible appearance of the enemy. That was indeed the case, because the arrival of the dragons was part of Quest's plan. He had already informed Kryphia that they should gather all their forces in one place and prepare to deal with the counterattack that the 2 demon lords could launch at any time. Moreover, after learning that the plane source core was damaged, Kryphia had already guessed that there was a high probability that the Pentashade Dragon Queen had done it, even if Tiamat didn't do it herself. It was definitely related to her. As the 3rd generation of a god, she had a deep understanding of that person's craziness. She was very clear about that person's character. If he could achieve his goal, he wouldn't feel any heartache at all, even if he had to sacrifice his bloodline descendant. She, who was out of her wits, could only rely on herself now. Allying with Keyes was Kryphia's best choice. In particular, the other party had also promised that as long as she could complete the task of gathering the Megalosaurus army, he would send her out of the acid fog canyon as a last resort, so that Kryphia's debt wouldn't become a dead debt. She was meat on the chopping block. Kryphia had no other choice now. She could only place her hopes on the young blue dragon. She hoped that he would keep his promise due to his nature of order. Apart from that, her only thought was to end the upcoming battle as soon as possible. After all, She had waited for too long. She was afraid that there would be other unforeseen events. Don't be impatient. Standing on the balcony of the audience room, Keyes sent a message to Kryphia to calm her down as he looked at the dragons that had landed around New Boom Town. The demons will appear tomorrow at the latest, no more than 15 hourglasses at the earliest. As long as you lead the dragons to join the battlefield when needed and help me secure victory, I will definitely fulfill my previous promise. I promise. I hope so. Kryphia's reply was very simple. She also had many things to do now. The most important thing was to fill the stomachs of the pentashade, Megalosaurus. After all, the war was about to begin. An excellent general would not let his soldiers go hungry at this time. Moreover, after the upcoming war, New Boom Town did not need to worry about logistics anymore. Therefore, Keyes opened up his supply to the dragons. Of course, the food, the energy bricks made from the flesh of the acid mistworms and rich in protein, was definitely not that delicious by the standards of the Megalosaurus, but it won in large quantities. It would not be a problem for the dragons to eat it for an entire day. However, apart from the white dragons, most of the Megalosaurus would stop eating after they were full. They would not let their stomachs swell into a ball. Similar to the Megalosaurus, before the war, the mortal mercenaries of New Boom Town also enjoyed luxurious supplies and a long period of rest. Except for the most stubborn laborers in the labor camps, they would be squeezed dry of the last bit of their remaining value and undertake work several times more arduous than before. After their deaths, they would be made into soul prisms to make a final contribution to Keyes's pockets. Now, the entire Traction City was in a state of relaxation on the outside, but tension on the inside. Only Keyes was nervously assigning tasks to the former general's bateau, but to them, this situation was not unfamiliar. After all, many of them were veterans who had experienced several bloody battles and were actually quite knowledgeable about fighting demons. Lord Keyes, a demon general with scars all over his body, listened to the young blue dragon's military deployment. After thinking for a while, he asked doubtfully, "Why don't you let those mortal mercenaries be cannon fodder first? After all, even if they are expendable, those low-level Batsabrats are much more valuable than them." Chapter 539. Faced with the demon general's question, Keyes only replied with one sentence, "Complete my orders or die." To Batsu, this kind of answer was not unfamiliar. Even the demon general had once been a small soldier. Moreover, the long years of war had made these guys' tactical abilities very outstanding. So Keyes did not need to waste his breath. The tense and concise meeting lasted for half an hourglass before it ended. The demon generals hurriedly left. They would use their own methods to mobilize their subordinates before the war. In this regard, Quest didn't say anything more. After all, he had other things to do. The young blue dragon came to the workshop of the golems. It seemed like the production line had just been completed yesterday, but in fact, when the Bator Expeditionary Army was first recruited, this workshop had already started to carry out various preparations in accordance with the 007 model. The resources obtained from the other Bator fortresses were mostly used in this workshop. Almost all the mages in New Boom Town had participated in the work here. In order to increase work efficiency, all their spell slots would be filled with the same type of spell. Spells such as Instruction Spell, Construct Body, and Create Secondary Elemental Essence were all cast by mid-level and low-level mages, while spells such as Limited Wish Spell and Transform All Things were given to high-level mages to complete. Originally, Keyes had planned to have him and Snade cast spells together at the last moment, casting the Activate Body Construct spell on all the semi-finished golems, thus summoning a large enough golem army at once. However, with the mice energy nucleus, They did not need to waste this part of the power. They only needed to add a process at the end of the production line, which was to engrave the Activate Body Construct magic circle on the golems. As long as they were within the radiation range of the mice energy nucleus, the golems engraved with the magic circle would be able to operate normally. The only downside was that the range of attack of the golems was reduced, and they could not cross the boundary of the radiation range of the mice energy nucleus. Otherwise, it would only take a very short time for them to turn back into semi-finished golems, and there would be no way for them to pose any threat to the enemy. However, the golems were originally a type of defensive construct. In Keyes' strategy, they were mainly used for defense and counterattack. As long as they could withstand the demon army's frontal assault, these golems would not fail their mission. We mainly make flesh golems, clay golems, and iron golems here. Since Shay was busy renovating Traction City, Sneyd took charge of the golem workshop and introduced it to Keyes. In addition, there are 10 clockwork golems with higher intelligence. Thanks to Mr. Shay's help, he compiled a command program for them. They are responsible for commanding the surrounding golems according to the actual situation on the battlefield. After hearing Sneyd's introduction, Keyes nodded with satisfaction. According to the previous report, the golem workshop had already produced about 3,000 golems. In the next 10 hourglasses, there would be another 1,000 or so golems coming off the production line. Even after the battle, as long as Traction City did not fall, the golem workshop could still produce and repair golems for at least 2 days. When the golem workshop was first built, due to the limitations of materials and resources, Keyes and Sneyd originally intended to produce dozens of high-level steel golems or more high-end adamantine golems or mithril golems to supplement the combat power of New Boomtown. However, after collecting a large amount of materials from the Bateau Expeditionary Army and obtaining the mice energy nucleus, he decisively changed his mind and began to mass-produce flesh golems, clay golems, and iron golems. He was ready to win by quantity. Due to Sneyd's traditional craftsmanship and relatively low manufacturing costs, the flesh and blood golems were still the ones that came out of the golem workshop the most. These golems were about 8 feet tall, 5 meters, and weighed about 500 pounds, 450 pounds. As the name implied, they were assembled from corpses that had not yet fully decomposed. Each flesh golem required at least 6 corpses, some special ointment, thick ropes, and metal nails to stitch up the corpses, as well as bandages to reinforce the stitched parts. The corpses of the flesh golems were made from the corpses of the villains who had died in the penal camps, so the cost was almost zero. Keyes looked carefully and found a few familiar faces. For example, the wild boar man, Roadhog, who had colluded with foreign enemies, had been made into a flesh golem with a relatively large body. Also, Sneyd said that because the brain of that guy was fresh and had a strong desire to survive, as well as good luck, the flesh and blood demon golem, with Road Bully as its main body, retained part of its intelligence and could use some of its combat skills when it was alive. Is it possible that they will betray us at the last minute? Keyes could not help but ask. He did not want to see any uncontrollable situation, because it was more troublesome to deal with such problems on the battlefield. Apparently, Sneyd had been prepared for this, and answered methodically. In fact, after entering a battle, flesh golems may go berserk and attack nearby living creatures indiscriminately. However, like all golems, flesh golems are also immune to control and illusion spells, so the enemy cannot use this to affect them. Fire and cold spells are effective, but except for some particularly powerful spells, other spells can only slow down their movements. As for the electric shock spell, it was a great tonic for the flesh and blood demon golems. Not only could it heal their injuries, but it could also increase their speed. The clockwork golems were equipped with small taser guns, which could fire electric shocks similar to the effect of static shock. As long as the flesh golems showed signs of going berserk or rebelling, they would shoot them with the taser guns. This had already been written into the command program of the clockwork golems by Shay. After being electrocuted, the flesh golems could not turn around at all. They could only speed up and charge into the ranks of the demon army. At that time, even if they go berserk, it will only be beneficial to us. Anyway, flesh golems are just consumables, and they can kill and injure the demon army. You should have noticed that I also added a lot of spikes to their fists to make them more deadly when they go berserk. After hearing Snade's explanation, Keys felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He walked to the flesh golem with Roadhog as its main body and patted its arm. It's up to you on the battlefield. Let's see how you can help the enemy this time. Ha ha ha. Chapter 540. Good times were always short, even if there was seaweed to eat. Moreover, New Boom Town did not have such food rations. Although Brew had sent a lot of soft-fried acid mist worms, barbecue, honey bread, and jam, Jason still distributed these high-end food to his subordinates, the mercenaries who had converted to the path of the sacred samurai under his influence. He just took a protein brick, dipped it in a plate of salt, and drank light beer. He chewed the food in small bites, and then slowly swallowed it into his stomach. The experience of participating in the bloody battle in the bottomless abyss had changed him a lot. From the initial confusion and bewilderment of destroying more demons, Jason's belief had changed to being responsible to his companions. Objectively speaking, Keys and his other companions did not belong to the good camp. But Jason found that not only was he not betrayed by the power of virtue, but the surging holy power in his body clearly told him that the power of virtue approved of his actions. So he was very calm. But now the environment outside New Boom Town was completely different from the sacred samurai's state of mind. The raging storm was still blowing, and the sound of the wind was getting louder and louder. On the upper level of the city, a few empty houses were blown down, and some houses even lost their roofs. Two of Shay's workers ventured out to nail a loose deck on the city wall at the front of the city, but they were blown up into the sky together with the deck. Fortunately, they were dragged by safety ropes like heavy kites. After the tireless efforts of a few blood-armored demons, they were finally dragged back to the air raid shelter on the city wall. A few bruises and exhaustion caused by the secretion of adrenaline were not fatal. Because of the storm outside, the core area of Traction City became busier. It was located above the intestine of the city. The thundering roar of engines reverberated. Smoke and steam made the place hazy. Railroad tracks and elevator shafts crisscrossed the place. Hurry up and increase the pressure on the third auxiliary gate. We must keep the wind facing the same direction as the storm. Shay, who was in charge of controlling the core area, ordered loudly. At the same time, he silently cursed the sudden gust of wind. When the inclination angle reaches 13 degrees, immediately lower the 8 supports on the base. Following his orders, Traction City began to rotate on the spot. The high-pressure steam ejected from the booster port provided additional vectors for this mobile stronghold, while the 8 support frames lowered from the base penetrated deep into the ground to maintain stability. Thanks to his calm command, the huge Traction City was not blown away by the strong winds. As for the Devil Army gathered outside the city, they had an artificial safe haven because of the Traction City in front of them. They didn't need to expend more energy to maintain their defensive spells. And this point was actually very crucial. Half an hourglass ago, although the earthquakes and volcanic eruptions in the Acid Fog Canyon Plain were still ongoing, the New Boom Town was actually not too affected. All the soldiers were eating and sleeping as usual, The sudden gust of wind was out of everyone's expectations. It was almost certain that this storm had something to do with the demon army. They might have been waiting for the storm to exhaust the Bartho Expeditionary Army so that they could take the opportunity to launch an attack. But in fact, the demon army had no such intention. It was because their commander couldn't wait any longer, and the half-demons, minotaurs, and worm demons were the same. Therefore, the whistling wind carried their exuberant anger as they galloped in the direction of Traction City. Enemy detected. Confirmed to be the demon army. Confirmed to be the demon army. Distance 10 parsecs from Traction City. Received. Please return. The Clockwork Scout hidden in the soil was ruthlessly crushed by a huge ox hoof that fell from the sky. Its spider-like body exploded in an instant, and all kinds of parts shot out. After the electric current broke the circuit, there was a hissing sound as if it was describing the enemy that had just been discovered. The giant ox demon snorted and continued to walk alone in the violent wind. As the vanguard of the demon army, they had to rely on their eyes that could see through traps and invisible targets for the following troops to find and clean up these small eyes. At this time, the giant ox demon wanted to raise its head and shout, but it had to obey the silent command given by its creator. The desire for the upcoming battle, as well as the fear of Lord Buffett, made it feel tormented, and its rationality was about to be eroded. However, what he didn't know was that there was another eye around him. It was the ruby eyeball that the Clockwork Scout had shot out earlier. It was scattered in a cluster of snake trees and quietly recorded his image. Then, it used the remaining energy in the eyeball to send out an encrypted radio wave. "It's Buffett," Keyes said in a deep voice as he sat in the audience room with his hands on the table and looked at the image projected on the crystal screen in front of him. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Inform Snade to prepare to let the road robbers out of their cages to receive the guests." The alarm bell in New Boom Town began to ring. Along the brass sound transmission pipes, 4 long and 3 short bell rings were transmitted to every unit, whether it was the technicians in the core area, the laborers suffering in the intestines of the city, or the mercenaries from the other planes who were ready for battle. Everyone knew that a great battle was about to begin. However, the demon's army reacted the fastest. The Batsa demons were known for their strict discipline, and their reaction after receiving the enemy's information showed this point incisively and vividly. Without any superfluous words, all the demons silently arrived at their posts. The wind has weakened. The distance is less than 3 parsecs. Keyes immediately ordered Shea, who was operating Traction City, after summing up the real-time data and calculating in his mind, adjust the air pressure at the gate. The first batch of the Golem army will be launched. 10-9. The reason why Keyes needed to inform Shea in advance was that this launch was not as simple as opening the gate of Traction City and releasing the golems to fight. Instead, it was in the form of a human cannon using steam catapults to launch the golems to the target location. Most of the golems selected as the first batch to enter the battlefield were made of flesh and blood. They were placed in sealed crates filled with withered grass. Then, they were propelled by the exhaust gas from the engine of Traction City's core. With a muffled bang, they suddenly shot out. In the first batch, a total of 500 golems were selected. As if a string of firecrackers had been set off, crates of the same size flew into the sky one after another, and then fell rapidly. The giant bull demons that Buffett had arranged to be in the vanguard position, as well as the worm demons that followed behind the giant bull demons, heard the sounds of the golems being released from Traction City. At the same time, they also saw the crates falling from the sky. Many of the demons had doubts in their hearts. What's that? That you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.